powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana. And anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Would you love to have fruits for breakfast, bread and tea for breakfast, sandwich for breakfast, or would you rather have kenke for breakfast? Hi guys, we are back again. Chale, how are you doing? I miss you all. So, is Ghana expensive when it comes to food? In this video, we are going to be seeing cost of living in terms of food. I mean, for breakfast, lunch, dinner. So it's very easy to see bread sellers around early in the morning, and so yeah, I've met a very beautiful lady here, and I'm buying bread, tea bread, and margarine. So the bread cost me 1 cedi, 50 pesos. So I'm coming to get Nescafe and Idol milk. Yeah, Nescafe and milk cost me 2 cedis, 50 pesos. Thank you. I'm making a YouTube video. Do you want to come? Do you want to come? Say hi.
Hello. Hi, my name is Esther Muriku, and this place is Dynamo.
Yeah, so whenever you're in Jowolo, come here and come and shop for your goods. So it's very easy to find any local provision shop in your area. I mean, almost every area has a provision shop, and just close to my office is this shop. And so I chose to buy Nescafe. What did you spend on your breakfast today? What did you eat?
I drank oats with extra milk and 1 cedi bread.
You bought it or it's from home?
I bought it.
Okay, so I spent 4 cedis in all for breakfast, and you guys are going to have breakfast with me. So let's go. I mean, she spent less than 5 cedis, same as I did. So let's go and have breakfast. You're looking nice. What did you have for breakfast today?
My normal oats.
How much did you spend?
5 cedis.
5 cedis. So is this the usual amount you spend on breakfast?
Not usual, but sometimes I spend more.
More than. What's the highest you spend on breakfast?
It shouldn't be more than 10 cedis.
10 cedis. Okay.
You can subscribe to my channel, Ladies Well, on YouTube. Please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
She also does YouTube, so do well to visit her channel, show her some love. She's doing amazing. So today is one of those mornings that you wake up and all you want is something very heavy like kenke. So my kenke is here. This is what I'm having for breakfast. And the fish is 6 cedis, the kenke is 2 cedis, that's 8 cedis. Usually when I eat kenke in the morning, it can last me the whole day because it's a heavy meal. So maybe the only meal I'll have later in the night is maybe dinner, which will be something very light like fruits or vegetables. So yeah, that's the update with today's meal. Yeah. So kenke is made with corn, and this is shito, locally called shito. It's black pepper, red pepper. This is tomatoes and green pepper, and this is also the green sauce onion together with some onion. So this is how the kenke looks like. So this is kabo for breakfast. And you know there are some days that you want to eat something bougie, something I mean a meal that you don't usually eat. It's once a while. So I went to my favorite restaurant. It's called the D Cafe, and I went to get myself sandwich together with some hot tea, and that is expensive for me because it cost me 49 Ghana cedis for breakfast, which is very expensive, but I think it's worth it because once in a while you just want to have that feel. I don't know if you understand. Are you like me? Once in a while you feel like eating something bougie, you go for it? Let me know in the comment section. So I just got local meat pie, and one is 2 cedis, and so this is what I'm having for breakfast together with a beverage, maybe Lipton. So I'm getting one of these, which is Vita Milk Banana. Auntie, am I saying? It's 5 cedis. So this is also another expensive breakfast. So I'm going to have meat pie and something milky. So you see how I spent 2 cedis on meat pie for breakfast, just one meat pie. There are other places that meat pie is expensive, so it depends on your area and it depends on what you're also looking for. Some people think when food is cheap, it's not healthy, or it's not the best, or it's not of maybe it's not hygienic, you know. So it depends on you and what your stomach can take. If you try this and it doesn't go well for you, then you go for the expensive one, because there are meat pies that cost 30 Ghana cedis, which is very expensive for a day you don't have enough money. Today like this, I don't have money. A girl is broke. And so I already have planned what I'm going to eat in my head, which is fufu for lunch. And I don't usually do dinner, except for just fruits, because I'm checking my weight, and also maybe sometimes when I get home and there's food like soup, if they prefer. Me my house, they eat banku almost every day. We eat banku every day. Like, one of the foods that you will get in your house, in my house, is banku. So when I don't want to eat banku, maybe I'll just drink the soup or something, but I usually don't eat at night. So that's just for me. Are you enjoying the video so far? Let me know in the comment section which of the breakfast or the lunch or the dinner is your favorite. So let's go. So one thing about Accra is almost every area has like a local joint. They sell like local foods. You can get things to buy like kenke, local foods, wache. But if you live in a residential area, a very bougie area, I'm sorry, you have to come to the local side of town. Good morning. Local side of town before you'll be able to get like local food for cheap prices. Most often in this bougie or residential area, you kind of have like kenke for very expensive. You can buy kenke for like 2 cedis, but you end up buying your fish for 30 Ghana cedis, which is very, very expensive for a local meal. So yeah, it depends on your area, but it's very common to find local joints to get something to eat in the morning. So this is my change, 11 cedis, and so I spent 9 cedis on lunch, and the usual amount of money I spend on lunch, if I want to go local, is about 10 cedis a day, and so spending 9 cedis means I get to save 1 cedi for another day. So yeah, that's the update on today's. This is my lunch. We satisfy this food in Jesus' name. Amen. You're invited. This is locally called gobe. It's beans, gari, plantain, and sausage. So I also bought pineapples after. See, I've not even finished eating, but I already have my dessert. It cost me 3 Ghana cedis for the pineapple, because of the pack and because of the packaging and the fruit is 3 cedis. Hi Kendicta. Hi. I can see you're enjoying your lunch.
Yeah.
How much do you usually spend on lunch?
I usually bring lunch from home,
so you don't spend?
No.
And how much does it cost to prepare a meal?
Well, it's homemade, so
like you prepare for the week?
Yeah.
So how much do you think you spend for the week in terms of preparing a meal? You can't tell. It's relative.
Differs.
Okay, differs because of the meal.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. But how much would you be willing to spend for lunch?
Maximum 10 cedis.
Okay.
But once it's from home, obviously, it'll be more than 10 cedis, the quality and everything, but it's worth it.
Okay. It's time for lunch, and I'm getting lunch just around my office. So it's about 5 minutes drive from my office, and it's one of also my favorites around. I mean, once I discovered food around, I like to stick to old things. So I'm going to get jollof and salad, which will cost me 12 Ghana cedis. Let's go. Happy belly. Global. Yeah, on Global. Oh, okay. So she's right close to Special Ice, and so come and buy your jollof. So I am currently at my favorite spot, which is called Okwadian Kwine, with my beautiful friend. Hey. So I got my fufu, tilapia and goat, which costs 24 cedis. Stella is also having what, chicken? Oh, what's your chicken and fish? How much is yours? 22. Okay. So I'm spending more than she is today. So you're all in. Made a new friend. So how much did you spend on your meal?
About 50 cedis.
50 cedis. Oh, then it means
okay, let's almost
70 cedis. Oh, okay. Is that how much you spend on a meal every day?
Depends on where you go.
Okay. So for, let's say for a local breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Local breakfast?
Yeah, like cocoa. You don't do breakfast. So you eat heavy.
I eat twice a day.
Oh wow, I feel you.
In the morning, I take 3 shots of adobo. So I'm not taking my breakfast.
Oh, this is breakfast. All right. Thank you so much.
Then my dessert will be omutu.
Wow. Thank you so much. So this is what I'm having for dinner, and this is coconuts, local coconuts. This is 2 cedis 50 pesos. It's almost 6 p.m. here at the moment, so I know for sure that I'm sure by the time I'll get home, with this coconut will do for me. It's a Friday night, so I'm just going to chill, relax, edit some videos for you, and so yeah, that's how my that's how my Friday is going to be like. So he just asked me if we should take the coconut inside. How do you guys call it? Is it called pop? Let me know in the comment section if you know the inside of the coconut, the white parts, what's the English name is. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. So guys, let me know in the comment section, how much do you spend on breakfast and lunch? In fact, how much do you spend in a day on food? So I can say on my average I spend about 25 cedis, which is about $4, and when I want to go when I want to spend more, I spend about $16. That's about 100 Ghana cedis. Let me know in the comment section, is food in Ghana expensive? From the look of all the food I've documented, let me know in your country how expensive is food. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Let me know in the comment section too if you want more of this, if you want an average cost of living in Ghana in general, that is from food, lifestyle, everything. Let me know in the comment section if you want that, and the next time I would bring that in my next video. Anyway, next week is my birthday. It's on the 16th of September, and so I'll be going live on YouTube. Catch you guys. Come and support your girl. Come and wish me happy birthday. And I'm sure, I mean, it's my birthday. I get to feel it. I get to experience a birthday with you, you know? So guys, until next time.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez prendre place. Please rise to welcome. Debout pour l'exécution de l'hymne de la CEDEAO. Thank you, Your Excellency. You may kindly be seated. Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Excellency, members of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS mediator from Mali, Your Excellency Excellency Mahamat Saleh Anadif, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General, Head of the UN Office for West Africa and Sahel, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Mrs. Finda Koroma, Vice President of ECOWAS Commission, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, Bimvindo, dans la très chaleureuse ville d'Accra. Ce jour, jeudi 16 septembre 2021, se tient la session extraordinaire de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO portant sur la situation politique en République de Guinée et Mali. Il se tient présentement la cérémonie d'ouverture. L'agenda de cette cérémonie comme suit. un discours d'ouverture de son Excellence Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana, président en exercice de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO. Puis, la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement procédera en huis clos. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of State and Government, for his opening statement.
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, members of the authority, representatives of member states, President of the ECOWAS Commission, the ECOWAS mediator in Mali, the Special Representative of UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel region, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to Accra once again, and I thank you for responding to the call with our deliberations centering on the happenings in Guinea and Mali. We're met today for further urgent deliberations on events in those two countries. Presidents, at the second extraordinary summit on the political crises in Guinea and Mali is a clear manifestation of the solidarity and commitment of the ECOWAS community to the democracy, peace, prosperity, and unity of the region. Excellencies, as we all know, there was a coup d'etat in the Republic of Guinea on 5th September 2021, and President Alpha Condé has since been detained by the military. That same day, we issued a strong statement condemning the coup, demanding his immediate release, and the rest have also condemned the coup. In discussing this issue during our virtual conference of 8 September 2021, we reiterated our condemnation, suspended Guinea forthwith from membership of our organization, and decided to establish immediately to Guinea a high-level ECOWAS mission composed of the chairperson of the Council of States, the Ghanaian Foreign Minister, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boutre, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Jean-Claude Brou, the Foreign Minister of Burkina Faso, the Honorable Alpha Bari, and the Foreign Minister of Togo, the Honorable Robert Dussey, to assess the situation in that country and report back to us. The delegation went to Guinea on Friday, the 10th of September, met the military leaders, and saw President Alpha Condé in his place of detention. They have made a report to us, which will be the basis of our deliberations at this emergency summit on Guinea. We will receive also a report from the mediator of the Malian crisis, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on developments in Mali. We are required to take informed decisions on these matters. I count on you, Excellencies, to help proffer durable solutions to the crisis. And I'm confident that, as in the past, we will rise to the occasion. I wish us fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention and declare this opening ceremony closed.
We thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of States and Government, for his opening statement. This concludes the opening session of the extraordinary summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government on the political situation in the republics of Guinea and Mali. The Authority of Heads of States and Government will now move into a strict closed-door session. At this point, we request for all media to kindly please exit the hall.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to another edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. What I'm holding here is a ticket which is Netherlands bound. Now I'm holding this because a couple who had boarded a KLM flight were, for want of a better word, thrown off or denied the flight because they were campaigning or trying to judge against KLM's current directive about 7 vegetarian meals on African flights. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. When we return from the break, we'll be speaking to one of the victims, the husband, actually. He'll be telling us exactly what happened last night, which was September 15th. Do stay, the conversation continues. Welcome back. My name is Lord Harris Dasari. Now, today our guest is Nico van Stadenijn. He, together with his wife, were aboard the KLM flight bound to the Netherlands. They were supposed to arrive there tomorrow afternoon, actually. But let me just ask him himself. He's here and he's going to tell us exactly what happened and everything that has to do with it. Nico, thanks for speaking to us. Now, tell me, GhanaWeb did a story about the fact that you and then your spouse got blocked from flying the KLM flight because you were sharing some tracts and whatnot about the KLM directive. Give me more details about that. How did this entire thing happen?
First of all, I'm a frequent flyer, and KLM is my favorite airline.
Okay.
What happened is that last week I read in the international news, but also in Dutch news, that KLM had the intention to go green and had the intention to only serve vegetarian meals on its flight.
Okay.
Except for some destinations where people are big meat lovers, like destinations to Texas, to Argentina, and that kind of things.
Okay.
What I did was actually a joyful action to make clear to KLM that African people, Ghanaians, also love meat. A Dutch person will buy 3 times 100 grams meat for his family. A Ghanaian buys 2 kilo or half an animal at the same time.
Okay.
We also love meat. On top of it, KLM flights are already, partly through taxes and partly through their booking system, more expensive than 2 other flights on a 6-7 hour flying destination. So if you already pay more, you can easily serve us meat on the flights.
Okay.
So what I did is I printed at my own cost 2 banners and 300 leaflets to make the Ghanaians aware of this. And what I actually wanted is that some of the reactions would reach KLM and made them aware that African people also love meat, and tried to get them away from the plants to go vegetarian on African flights.
Okay.
We had the attention, what I hoped for. What I didn't hope for is not even me being thrown from the flight, but the reactions in Ghana, who are in the majority very, very negative about KLM.
Okay. What time was your flight?
I was supposed to fly 10:10.
Okay.
And what happened was we were seated in our seats already, row 18. The purser came to us and asked if we were the people spreading the lies. I said, what lies are you talking about? Yeah, that we're going vegetarian. I said, well, here are 3-4 websites, even 2 were from the Dutch press, that KLM is going veggie. And that's why I'm trying to make the people aware that they shouldn't do that on African flights, because you're going to lose a lot of customers. And she was laughing a little bit about it, and she said, what is this next to you? And that was a rolled up banner. And I said, that's a banner, and I want to take a picture with my wife holding the banner.
Okay.
She said, that's not allowed, and I'm confiscating your banners. I said, fine, but beware what will happen. What is supposed to be a positive action to try to change the minds of KLM management is going to be a negative action, because tomorrow morning I'm going to the press in Amsterdam that I couldn't take a picture with my banner, and it will give a lot of negative reactions for KLM. And she said, are you threatening me? I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm only telling, keep this positive. I'm not hanging the banner anywhere. I'm not opening it even. But my reason for doing this is that I want to stop KLM from these bad intentions. And if I can't do it in this positive way, by all means it will end up in a very negative way, because I still think KLM shouldn't cancel meat and chicken and fish on their flights, especially not on their international flights. She walked away. She came back 2 minutes later with the captain. And the captain said, I've been threatening the stewardess. And even the person sitting on the other side of the aisle said, that's absolutely not true. He never threatened her. They've never exchanged harsh words. They were very polite. The captain, and I said, yes. And all I wanted to do is open the banner. She said I couldn't. She will confiscate it. And I said, I was waiting for her to come and take the banner.
Did the captain
said, I'm not going any discussion with you. You're leaving my flight now. My son is a pilot, so I've been a frequent flyer for many, many years with 2 different airlines, so I know how it works on board of a plane. So I said, no problem. We packed our things and we walked out.
What time was
no
this?
protest on the flight, nothing. That was just before takeoff.
Wow.
Whilst I walk out, my wife is speaking perfect Dutch, because she lived in Holland for 16 years. She heard that stewardess telling her colleagues that we've been threatening her and that's why we are removed from the flight. So my wife turned around and said, who has been threatening you? Because nor my husband nor I have threatened you. Don't lie about what is happening to justify your mistakes. Then we continued going back to the check-in area. We opened the banner, this time really out of protest, and took a picture. The airport police came, we explained the whole case. They themselves were saying, yeah, that's very bad. They think Africans don't like meat, and they think we are poor, and that's why we are not used to meat. We also love our meat. The guy was a Northerner, so he loves his chichinga. And so we ended up joking and laughing a little bit. I have to say, the KLM station manager really did his best to get us on the next flight of Air France, who was delayed and was leaving, I think, a little bit over 1 hour after that.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the flight was fully booked. So he is hopefully at this moment, if KLM management doesn't stop him, working on getting back to Amsterdam. Because we were supposed to arrive 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in Amsterdam. have breakfast, flying to Sofia, where my wife has a medical checkup tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. But there's no way we can make that anymore.
I see. You stated that you printed 300 leaflets.
Yes, A5, small leaflets, just to make the customer aware. And it ended with the text, "Long live KLM, long live Ghana."
Okay.
So there was no bad intention in doing that.
Your exercise. Where did you distribute these leaflets?
Before boarding, the waiting area.
Okay, and you distributed all 300?
Not all. Some are still on the flight. They arrived in Amsterdam this morning, all alone.
Okay. Okay. Nico, you noted that you read the reports about 2 weeks ago about KLM's intention.
Yes.
But when you, in your engagements with the crew aboard the flight,
they denied it.
They denied it and described it as lies. I mean, before you printed out the leaflets, did you have some form of conversation or reach out to KLM information to ascertain it's as a fact?
What I have done, you know me, I'm writing articles for several outlets in Ghana, for newspapers. I've been on TV programs. I always do my homework. I never jump into something without verifying my facts. And last week there was a big article in the largest newspaper in the Netherlands, where KLM also denied that it was true, but research into KLM staff and even flying KLM staff confirmed that it was true, and there were forces in KLM really pushing this through, and there were other forces trying to stop it. And the KLM partners, but that's all hearsay.
Okay.
The KLM partners are also not happy with it because they think they can lose connecting flight customers. So KLM said now, we are not introducing vegetarian food for the moment. That was the last comment.
Okay. And you also noted that before getting you off his flight, the captain refused to hear your side of the story.
Yes, but I understand him. A captain is like a judge and the jury and the police at the same time on his flight. And he was, I don't say he shouldn't have listened to my story, but he was in his right to ask me to go off the flight. That is in air law. And that is what my son informed me about. That's his right. And as I said, there were no harsh words, there was nothing going on, so I don't think it was justified. And I think he was wrongly informed by the purser, or he just didn't want any hiccup or steering up in his flight.
How did the entire exercise or experience make you feel?
I'm still a KLM fan, and my whole target, my whole reason for doing this is, number one, a lot of people, not only in Europe but in the US and other countries, don't have a clue what goes on in Africa. They don't have a clue about our culture, and they take this type of decisions not knowing how we are thinking about it. So my first reason was, don't do this, because Ghanaians who can afford flying and can afford flying KLM, they love meat. We all love meat, just like people of Texas and Argentina. So don't take that decision. And if you take it, leave us on the list of countries where you serve meat. That was my whole intention. And my intention was not to damage KLM. And I'm sincerely hoping that I can fly tonight on KLM. And I've got the attention I wanted. The negative attention is something that I never wanted. I read this morning, I hardly slept tonight because my brains kept on keeping me awake whilst the body was tired. But I read some very negative racist remarks of Ghanaians on these decisions of KLM, and that was never my intention. And I ask your listeners and readers to stop that, because I think the whole thing went out of hand by misinformation of only one staff member. And the person who walked in the waiting area and started to try to take the leaflets away is a Ghanaian, or I think he's a Nigerian, working for KLM. I think he took the wrong decision. He never came to me and asked what is going on. And I think the actions of the purser of KLM were based upon his assessment. But that's guessing. And so please don't come over KLM like they're the worst people in the world. It's a fantastic airline. And we missed our flight, and we missed my wife's doctor's appointment. And we had to
your
cancel.
Wife had a doctor's appointment?
Yes, Friday morning for a small operation. And because we are not living here, our daughter is a medical doctor in Bulgaria. That's why we mostly have this kind of things in Bulgaria. So,
with what has happened now, are you still going to carry on your campaign or crusade to educate the African population?
It's not a crusade. It's not even against KLM.
No,
it's against a worldwide trend to make the whole world vegetarians. And I think the main reason is not pollution of CO2, pollution of animals. Number one, there are people who confirm that, and there are people who are vehemently denying it. But human beings, when you were in school, you have the round circle of things you have to eat, and meat is one of them. It's unnatural not to eat meat, and I'm a human being who also loves his meat. So it's not only here; it's all over the world. The main reason is that when the medical science improved, we were too slow in trying to reduce the number of children we were having all over the world. And now the ones who are alive are the victims of that by making unnatural adjustments to make sure we are not killing Mother Earth.
Okay, all right. We're taking a short break here. We've been speaking to Nico van Stadenijn. He's been telling us his experience aboard the KLM flight whilst trying to educate some of the passengers and other Ghanaians and the crew about the directive, or the pending directive by KLM to scrap meat of African males on their flight. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. When we return from the break, we'll wrap up.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. Our guest today is Nico van Stadenijn. He was thrown off the KLM flight because he wanted to educate some passengers and essentially those around him about KLM's directive to go vegan in their African meals. I'm going to read some portions of a news article published by Palipan and on the KLM scrapping of meat. It says here that KLM scraps meat from menus airline goes full vegetarian, and says that KLM has decided to take meat and fish from its in-flight dining menus and goes full vegetarian in a bid to become a more sustainable airline. And it further goes on to say that the news about KLM going meatless was reported by Dutch National Daily Telegraph, and Nico cited this earlier in the conversation. And then they cited KLM's Director of Customer Experience, Kaikin. says he told the largest Dutch newspaper that the move to vegetarian food was motivated by the airline's wish to become more sustainable. Mr. Kraken said sustainability is an important theme. We constantly look at trends in society and adjust our menu developments accordingly. Right, and so it goes on, and it cites him again where he says that almost nobody noticed it, that we no longer serve meat on European flights, and it will be rolled out in the coming years across the rest of the network. So from this, I get a sense that it hasn't been rolled out yet.
Okay. All about.
Okay, so what Nico is showing me here are the publications by some
international and national newspapers.
Some international newspapers, including the
flying
Dutch
magazines.
As well. Great. Now so your input here is that KLM shouldn't deny Africans or Ghanaians who can afford or would still want their meat in their meals.
If KLM continues, number one, in business class with meat and fish and chicken, and they continue to flights where they are scared to lose customers, Argentinian people, South Africans, people from Texas, they are meat lovers. They know for sure they're going to lose customers. I wanted to warn them, include Ghana, Nigeria, all other African flights on it, because Africans are also meat lovers, and you will lose a lot of customers. That's all I wanted.
Okay. After you noted that you put it out there to get the attention of KLM, and you said that some personnel have reached out to you to try and get you another flight. Right. But moving on, what else would you want done? Do you want an apology? With everything that you've gone through, what exactly do you want there?
My only target was to try to make clear to KLM not to cancel meat on this flight.
Okay.
And I think and I hope with all these reactions, because it's all over Ghana, it's starting to come in Holland. I had phone calls of 2 TV stations in Holland already by 6 o'clock this morning. I hope that KLM realizes this is a wrong decision. And right now, you have a choice. Not because of COVID, but pre-COVID, you were always asked, do you want chicken or fish? You want meat or fish? If you wanted vegetarian, you had to order a special meal that you wanted a vegetarian meal, or a halal meal, or a kosher meal, or a gluten-free meal.
Okay.
Why don't you just leave it like that? So people who want to be vegetarians can be vegetarians. And that's all I want, that I have a choice. I never go to a restaurant where they don't sell alcohol. I'm not a child. I can decide myself, number one, if I want a beer with my meal or not. I want the choice. People have to have a choice. So that was my whole intention. I'm not looking for anything else. And as I said, the country manager is doing his best. I don't know yet if he's going to make it, because he is under management from the Netherlands. But otherwise, I have to go to other airlines.
Okay. All right. So, Nico, with the experience that you went through, how did your wife take it?
My wife loves meat just as much as I do, and she also knows you can't protest against it. But she was the one hearing the stewardess saying that we threatened her, and she got angry about that. And the rest, she's not blaming me for spreading these leaflets, and she was even spreading them as well, trying to explain to people what KLM wanted to do. They haven't done it. The only reason they are doing it at the moment is that they only serve one meal for everybody, which is a vegetarian meal. It's not a choice because of COVID. And otherwise, with more meals, you have more chances to infect somebody.
Yeah.
But she is also taking it. But we had a lot of calls from Ghanaian friends and who were saying, "Don't they know in Ghana we love meat?" So we've both had a lot of attention this morning. Our daughter was very disappointed. She just graduated as a medical doctor, and she was ready to pick us up from the airport. So now she has to wait 1 or 2 days, depending on when we are able to get there. She canceled the doctor's appointment for us, for my wife already.
Okay.
So no hard feelings against KLM, but I just prefer to fly KLM, and otherwise I have to look for another airline.
So in the event that that doesn't come through, doesn't pass through, I mean, they still go ahead with the vegan meal. Are you going to stop flying KLM?
That one I don't know. That one I don't know, because a lot of times KLM Amsterdam is our transit points, and we can fly through other transit points as well. Weird enough, and I don't know how it came, but one airline who is flying on Ghana already contacted us and offered us a ticket free of charge on their airline if they could get the publicity. And I refused.
Why did you not take it?
Because I don't want to damage KLM, because I know for sure it's a marketing investment. They want to promote their airline at the cost of KLM, and I think the mistake of maybe 1 or 2 employees of KLM don't deserve to be dragging the name of the whole airline down. That's not needed, and that was never my intention with the whole action we took.
Okay, so what happens if or when the country director, the KLM country director, is unable to secure another flight for you to the Netherlands?
Just to be sure, I already booked another flight, and I have to pay the flight within the next hour to be able to leave today.
Still with KLM?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the decision of KLM management is. Maybe they are insulted and they ban me from booking KLM flights. And you know how it is, if you misbehave on a flight,
they can blacklist you.
You become on a blacklist. So number one, we didn't misbehave at all. So I don't think they have any right to put us on the blacklist. I don't think they'll be doing that. I hope they won't do that. But otherwise, from now on, I'll take another airline.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I hope Mrs. 1009 is doing better.
Yeah, she's okay.
So that's all we have on today's edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. We've been speaking to Nico van Stoudenijn. He was victimized, for want of a better word, on KLM flights last night when he attempted to fly to the Netherlands. Now, his offense was that he was distributing pamphlets or leaflets educating some passengers and other Africans who were going to take the flights about KLM's directive or pending directive to scrap meat of their meals served in the economy class. He says he's still considering his options if the country director doesn't come through and help him secure another flight, because they do need to get home. We'll see how that goes, but I must say that he's also the Bulgarian consul to Ghana and a board member of the State Enterprise Commission.
Former.
Do join us for our subsequent episodes on Say It Loud.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Black Stars coach CK Akono and his two assistants have been shown the exit door by the GFA Executive Committee. A new committee have been set in place led by Vice President Mark Addo to find Ghana a new coach. But today on the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV, we ask if CK Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. We table this for discussion here on the show. My name is Joel Leshen. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we delve into the discussion with my guest. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we're asking if CK Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. To join me for the discussion today is Perez Ezwakwao from the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and joining us via Zoom is the host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday, Dennis Osei-Jemfi. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on GhanaWeb TV.
Good morning, Joe, and thanks for having us on your show.
Good morning, Joe. How are you doing?
All right, so I'll start with you. Senior Dennis, that's the name we normally call him. Last week, we spoke about the problems in the Black Stars. If CK Akono's project is a collapse one, we discussed this into details. You gave your verdict as far as the job of CK Akono is concerned. How did you feel after you heard the announcement on Monday?
Well, Joe, once again, let me say a very big good morning to you and your viewers. Well, like we talked about last week, it was forthcoming. I mean, this is one news that for me, it's not surprising at all, because this is what we wanted. I think that CK shot himself in the foot, and he called for this. It was only delayed because of issues relating to, you know, I mean, the government. The government really wanted CK to stay, and so it made the effort to really send him packing. But at the end of the day, we see CK going, and I think that for what he did for 10 games, he won 4, lost 4, and you know, drew 2. It wasn't the performance that could guarantee CK or save CK's job, and I think that it's fair to say that we needed to part ways with CK. I'm not surprised, particularly. I mean, that have won the AFCON only with local coaches. So from here we move on to, I think that for what CK came to do, and for the last 2 Nigeria appointments with the Black Star that has been, I mean, with local coaches. Now, I mean, I'm disappointed to say, but I think that we have to move on. The conversation will no longer be about local coaches, because when you look around, I'm not so sure who really fits the profile to become the next Black Star coach from the local front. But from my initial comment, I think that it's something that for me, it's not surprising to me. It was expected, it was forthcoming, but it was only a matter of when and how it was going to go. So CK paid his dues, but I think, like I said last week, maybe he needs to go and come back some other time when he has learned and he is primed for the job. But for now, he wasn't just fit because of the manipulation that was going on. He couldn't be a man on his own. You know, the issue of captain, the day are you, I mean, issuing strong language to him after he was substituted in the South African game spoke volume of how CK's journey with the Blasters had turned short. I think that he really is a man for the future. But for now and for what we are looking for, he wasn't the man to rescue. That's promised land.
All right, he's a man for the future. That's Dennis. Let me come to you as well. On Monday, I think when the story broke out, you sent it to me. You sent it to me first when the news came out. How do you feel after hearing that CK has been shown the exit door?
I think I was in class when someone sent me the GFA link that, is it true, that I should confirm if indeed Akono has been fired. And I wasn't surprising because, you know, from, I think Friday, there were reports that the GFA were considering, there were strong reports from the ministry that there were talks between the minister and the GFA over a decision to ask Akono. So it wasn't shocking, but I think Dennis has dealt with an aspect of the reasons that resulted in Akono's sack, which is the performance.
Okay, well,
10 matches,
we'll go into the reasons.
10 matches, 4 defeats, 4 wins, 2 draws. It doesn't give a good sign, especially looking at the players we have and looking at where we want to go. If you need a coach, if you're a coach of these Black Stars, we deserve better. And especially looking at the opponents we've been facing, we should be perhaps talking more victories than we've done under Akono. So that's the other angle of the story. The other aspect, which for me is the most crucial reason why the FA decided to crack the whip on Akono, is that I haven't seen Akono's Black Stars.
What do you mean you haven't seen Akono's Black Stars?
So in the 10 games that I've watched, I haven't seen a team that has the imprint or that has the handwriting of a coach. So you just see 11 players on the pitch doing whatever they want to do. In the game against South Africa, we switched to 4-3-3, so the normal 4-4-2. But throughout his 10 matches, he couldn't create any identity for his team. And that, for me, is the most important thing because he took over a team that was going down. When you take over such a team, you need to revamp the squad, create an identity, build a team, and let us see. Once we see this team, we know this Akono's side. I've watched all the 10 games. I don't think I saw Sika Akono's Blasters. And that, for me, was the biggest worry because if you want to plan for the future, you need to get a basis. And the basis for the coach to implement his ideas in the first 5 games, the first 3 or 4 games. Then from there, you build on it. Then you know that, okay, if the Black Stars are playing, you can sit back and say, okay, I know they are going to play 4-3-1. I know it's going to be that wing play. I know they are going to play through the middle. None of that happened under Akono. I don't think, since in Akono's 10 game, I saw the Black Stars scored a goal that I would say, this is straight from the training ground. I didn't see that. And that, for me, was my biggest worry. That's why, even when they were chalking victories, I still felt he wasn't good enough.
Okay, now to this, let me ask you a quick one before we talk about the issues in the team. He promised Ghanaians that we are going to see agro football. He used the 1978 AFCON winning side, which had Mohamed Polo and Golden Boy Abdul Razak, that Ghanaians are going to see the same style of play again. Do you think that's also one of the reasons why he was so unpopular on the street?
The question is, what's agro football? 1978 was over 4 decades. You and I weren't even born. What kind of football was being played and what has changed? Ethiopia, perhaps back then, were not a strong force. They are now a big nation. If you're coming to talk about the black, I hear Ghanaian coaches say agro. What's agro football? I don't understand it.
Agro football, perhaps, is to possess that in the Spanish term they call them tiki-taka.
You know, the agro football that they sold back then was that you get the ball, you juggle it, the Mohamed Polo,
you dribble.
Just like Kingston. The last time I think we saw a typical agro football for the Black Stars was like Kingston in the 2008 World Cup. On the touchline, he'll be doing those flick and stuff. But this particular Black Stars team can't give you that because you see, when you compare this team to the teams that we've had in previous years, the gap in terms of quality is huge. So when you take over this team, what you need to do is to put your tactics to the ground and ensure that the few strengths in the team are strengthened to the point that they overcome the weaknesses in the team. We have a very unbalanced team. We have a team where there are great players somewhere. There is the Dayu, who can notch you a few goals. There is Thomas Partey, who in the middle can do a good job. But on the left side of the defense, there is a problem. Somewhere, even in attack, we have a striking problem because Jordan can't give you 2 goals out of 3 games. Yeah. So when you're a coach, you need to look at the strengths and weaknesses of these players and say, okay, I'm going to work on this strength so that in case our weaknesses are exposed, the strength makes up for that. So you can't just say you're coming to play. What is Agro? Agro, that's will be every day Agro.
Okay, now let me bring you in, Senior Dennis. Can we make a case for CK Akono that maybe certain things prevented him from playing the Agro football that he promised Ghanaians when he was appointed to replace Coach Kwesi Appiah?
Well, I think that's if I get that question right, CK himself set a standard for himself. Yeah. He promised Agro football, just like Perez tried to explain. And then what we give us is totally different from what we want the Ghanaian side to play. Now, he sets out to be defensively apt, but we end up being, defensively disorganized in the games we've seen so far. And if you look at the opponents that he sets up to play defensive game with, an opponent like Sudan, regardless of wherever you meet Sudan, an opponent like Ethiopia, regardless of wherever you meet Ethiopia, even in a game against Sao Tome away, you realize how compact we are at the back, how we try to suppress our opponents on break. I mean, if you are playing some of these opponents, the men who are ranked beyond 100 in the FIFA ranking, you expect that Ghana will dominate possession, take lion's share of everything that counts on the field of play. Even when you don't get the scoreline that you desire, you need to take dominion of them. You need to make a statement with them. But clearly, it has not been with that under CK. His best game so far for me, I would say, would be the game in Qatar. And I think that's the only game that we saw his imprint on the team. But quite apart from that, against Mali, it was a disaster. Against Ethiopia, you don't want to talk about it. Against Sudan, we created minimum chances in the game. This is a team, in fact, if you look at the kind of play, the Agro, as he wants to term it, that kind of possessive play where you dominate and dictate pace, they create chances. At least you're able to force your opponent into their own shell. But it doesn't happen with CK's side. All the time, they are found on the back foot, defending and trying to cut teams and the counter break. And then again, your attacking man, Jordan, you will not be the target man that you want him to be. So you realize that at some point, the players themselves were a bit or quite confused as a team regarding what the coach really wanted them to play. Because if you want to cut teams on the break, for instance, you take Chelsea, for instance, you have to take Drogba, who will be the target man, who will try to soak the ball and draw. But you will want to come in and play, and therefore you don't have any target man up front. And I think that for what he promised, and I mean, again, let me make this point. He said that he was going to work with about 40 players in his first press conference. But how many players did he call up at the end of the day? Over 70 players or so. So this tells you that this man was a man who was quite confused. I wouldn't term the team as he was trying to build a team, because a chunk of the players, we know them already. So he was a bit confused as to who he will play and how he's going to put them into play. And consistently, the media were on his neck that people were making the call-outs for him. CK denied publicly that he was in charge. And clearly, now they sacrifice you. So CK should have been bold enough to tell us that he is in charge, to tell whoever is controlling affairs from within that he was in charge, so they should allow him to operate. And now they sacrifice you. And I think that maybe we will go there, but for the things he promised us, he failed almost a lot of them. And for the opponents he played and for what we saw, minus in African continent or in footballing terms. But if you play against such opponents and they dominate you, they possess you, they create chances, they put you, you're made to sit on tantalus. These are not opponents who should scare Ghana at any point in time. You play Ethiopia, you play South Africa, you play Sudan. I mean, they shouldn't scare you at any point in time. But I think that, like I said, CK has got a lot more to learn, especially how to maintain discipline, how to control his charges, and how to be responsible in everything that he does. Because at the end of the day, people were just maneuvering things from within, and he was enough to stamp his authority. And that is why I think that left to him, there were some players we didn't call, there were some things we do, but a lot of things, forcing assistant coach on him, Patrick Rivers, and a whole lot more. You know, these were not all, I mean, syncing well with the man who couldn't speak. And that's one part, the local coaches. They're unable to speak and stamp authority.
Okay. Yeah. So now we've heard all these, the arguments about why he was sacked and all that. I'll take a quick break. When I come back, then we talk about the problems in the team. Can Ghanaians now say that CK is gone, so we are going to qualify for the World Cup and win the AFCON like the GFA told the president the last time these two parties met? You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We've been talking about the sacking of Black Stars coach CK Akono. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the issues in the team.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We are asking if the sacking of coach CK Akono ends the problems in the Ghana national team. Perez, let me start with you. Before I went for the break, I was asking if Ghanaians can now say that CK is gone, the problem is gone. So now Ghana can qualify to the World Cup and win the AFCON next year.
You know, such a question is based on the assumption that the biggest problem with the Black Stars was Akono.
So was he the biggest?
He was the problem.
But he was not the biggest?
I don't think he was the biggest. I think that there are a whole lot of factors that has landed us here. Okay. One of them, Dennis made mention of, where we heard rumors of certain persons within the FA and even outside the FA interfering or making mentions or as in dictating to him who he should pick.
Okay, and I have a question for you on that. Before the two friendly games we played against Ivory Coast and Morocco, I went for the press conference and we asked him if somebody was or an unseen fingers are manipulating his collar. He was a bit angry at the lady who asked him if he's sure that he's the man behind the collar. He stated that I am the man, I am the one calling the shot. Every player who comes in came because I wanted him to be there. So how can you make a case for him, somebody who has told the world that nobody interfered in my work?
Have you ever heard a Ghanaian coach concede to such things? No. And that's one of their biggest problems because they lack the courage to stand up to some of these things. And that's why I agree with Dennis when he says that for now, we should keep the local coaches off the Black Stars. Because you see, managing national team football entails a lot. You have to maneuver the politics within the FA. You have to maneuver the politics within agents. You have to maneuver politics among journalists, even among the players themselves. Certain advances will be made to you. You need to have a principle to say, I'm calling these players. If you ever force me to pick this, I'm stepping out. Okay. This is my team. I want to place this tactics. If you are the FA chairman and you think you can coach the team, but gentlemen, if you don't have those principles, if you don't have those things, and for you, people can just dictate to you. People can just maybe bring players from Gibraltar or wherever. We even have a player who said he was shocked to have earned a Black Stars collar. I mean, one of the most embarrassing as a coach, that's your integrity down the drain. I mean, to have a player say, I don't think I deserve the collar.
I was shocked.
No, that was something else. So, Akono, yes, shot himself at some point. I feel at some point when it was apparent that the unseen hands influences his decision, he should have been bold enough to say, either this stops or I walk out of the door. He didn't. So now the blame is all on him. But I don't think, as I was saying earlier, that I don't think he's the problem. Those are the FA who are using their agents, who are using their players, who are using the Black Stars to market their players. Need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because we won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and using the Black Stars to market their players. You need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because we won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and plays the way he does, not like a Sule Muntari who gives 100% of the pitch on the pitch. So you are not having a strong team. What you need is that a set of very disciplined players, a set of competent players who are ready to do that for us. And once there are influences in the call-up, you won't achieve that. The next point for me is that we Ghanaians need to accept the fact that team are kufu.
Okay, but how do Ghanaians accept the fact that we don't have a team when the managers of the national team, they keep telling us constantly that they went to the president to raise $25 million, and the message was crystal clear. If we get 25 million, we can win the AFCON. That's what I want to see, because the last time yes, then they said they are going to qualify to the semi-finals of the World Cup, which to me is a bit strange. But how do you reduce the expectations when we are supposed to give them 25 million? If we give you the money, we don't care how you do it.
Question is, do we have a team competent enough to win the AFCON? I think yes. If you look at the last 4 or 5 winners of the AFCON, by Algeria, all the others were not the best team in the tournament. Ivory Coast were not better than us when they won the cup. Zambia was not the best team. But what they did was they had a team, and that, for me, is the biggest challenge with the Black Stars. They have a very good coach and a bunch of players who had a course, who said, okay, we are going there. It's time we do it. Zambians, for instance, were going to Gabon. They were fooled by the fact that some years ago, some Zambians lost their lives in there. So they were going to Gabon with a mindset that we are going to win it for our people. Ivory Coast went there. That was a squad that was fading out. So you had the likes of Yaya and a few others of the so-called golden generation that made up that team. They were fading out. The mindset was that we don't win it this time around, or we forget. So they went, you see, so we have a team, a set of players who go into a tournament and say, by hook or crook, we are doing this for our country. From the Black Star, have we seen that? We see the players say it on the field. Do they give us indications? Do they give us signs to think that, okay, we want to go for the Black Stars, we want to end the 40-year drought? Have we seen that? No. Do we have a GFA that looks like ready to support a coach who is ready to do it all by himself and achieve that for us? No. So when you look at all of that, you realize that all the factors that work in favor of teams that win the AFCON are against Ghana.
Okay.
And the worst thing is that we now don't have the best team, but we have a set of players who, with the right attitude, with the hunger, with the desire to say, Charlie, Abre, Ghanaians have pumped money in us. Let's do it for them. If we go into a tournament with that mindset, and with a good coach, we have Partey who starts for us now. But we are better than some teams. You have a Babarama who plays for Reading. Good enough. You have Ededa Ayu, who, of course, has moved to the UAE, but cannot win a few goals for you. You have a Jordan who is starting consistently for Crystal Palace. There is Amati who comes in and does his bit for Leicester City. So there is Baba Sule who is consistent. So I don't think we don't have the golden team, but I think we have a team good enough to win there.
Okay, and let me come to you, Senior Dennis. CK is now gone, including his 2 assistant coaches. Can we now say that the problem in the team is gone? So now, if we get a competent coach like we've been crying about, we can now win the AFCON. Let's not talk about the World Cup, getting to the semi-finals, but we can now win the AFCON and qualify to the FIFA World Cup?
Well, I do believe that CK was a problem with the Black Stars, but I do not accept the fact that he was all our problems. He's gone with a chunk of it, because even his last incident with the captain, the computational issue where the guy you had to confront him for, substituting. I think that now that disbelief from all angles within Ghanaians, from the team, that's negative energy around CK. But CK wasn't the man in charge, could not do the job, he wasn't the best, the players didn't have confidence in him and all of that. That kind of energy is gone. So all those bad energy, negative energy is gone. And I think that is good for the team going forward. And that new coach influence. Anytime there's a new coach, players will want to prove themselves and work a lot. But yes, but the fear for me is that in all of this, I think that the country are failing to look at the bigger picture. And all we are trying to do is look at the short-term solution. Yes, the 25 million for the AFCON World Cup. So whoever is in charge or whoever comes next as the next coach of the Black Stars will have to target. But what's the long term? Now, one big problem CK faced was the quality of materials, the pool of players around. To the point that even when...
Okay, now we've been talking
about... Baraman was not fit.
Okay, I want to ask you a question on this, then you proceed. We've been talking about that we don't have a quality team. If you look at the Ethiopian team, the South African team, they don't have quality more than Ghana. So if you look at how we played, Ghana played an entire 90 minutes without a single shot on target, nor a corner. So how can we say that we don't have a quality than the South African team that, all things being equal, if we had a coach like Hugo Bruce, maybe Ghana would have been able to beat South Africa. So can we make a case that we don't have quality because we are not competing as it stands now? We are not competing against the Algerians, the Senegalese, the Egyptians, the Moroccans, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Sudan, South Africa.
Now, you know how this team would have quality in our team? No, it's not about the names. It's about the playing time for our players. Now, check out with our players. Baba Rahman, when was the last time he played? Dede Ayew, for over 100 days, he had not played a competitive game, but you start in and playing almost 90 minutes. Mubarak Wakasu, check with how many times he's played this season. And so these teams you are talking about, we don't have those fanciful players, but they are players who are consistent with their clubs, even if they were playing for local clubs. Our players, how many of them were consistent with their clubs? You wouldn't have that. And that level of decision, they didn't have it. And so all of those were playing out against us. And like I was saying, I was making a point of Baba Rahman. Even when he's not in the best of shape, we still want to because he's Baba Rahman. And we will neglect other players. These are the things that has to change. Whoever is fit to play, he should be playing. Not those who have got connections in the team, who have got links in the team. That is what the next coach should be looking at. How he's able to imprint his signature on the team, how he's able to shape the team in his own mode and not when people are dictating for him. That is exactly what we want. A coach who will be strong enough to say no. Milovan Raiva, before we even got to him in 2010, look, Sule Muntari, he would not need him in his team for the World Cup. It took the then president, Christina Anteki, to beg on Sule's behalf to be accepted back into the team. That is the kind of coach we want. He should be able to look at the day you and tell him in the face that for what you did with me, I will sit you in the face because we've got a lot of you out there. Today are you out there? So that's the whole point. The coach has to be strong and maintain discipline with this team. And I mean, bring that hunger. In the side, this team lacks hunger. They are not ready to compete. We need a coach who will hit that in them. And I think that CK wasn't doing that. And whoever comes next should be a disciplinarian, like Head Renard, like Milo. That has been one of their secrets. They were just strict with their teams. You need that with a coach, a good coach as such.
Okay, we need that. Now, in wrapping up, we are far behind time. Let me come to your final words, then you chip in. Then we've heard so many names for the vacant Black Stars coaching role. Who will you go for, and who do you think is likely to be named as a replacement of CK Akono?
I'll go to the substantive question, but I kind of disagree with Dennis when he says that, you know, the likes of Ethiopia, South Africa had players who were perhaps playing on consistent basis, and as such, perhaps our performance against them was okay. Shouldn't shock anyone. We have a team good enough to beat it. To throw,
Ethiopia,
yes, we love them. We have a team the team that played against South Africa. I think with the right coach, with the right tactics, should be good enough to beat that South African team. Because that team, South African team itself, what did they do on the day? If you beat that Ethiopia team and you score them 1 goal, and that goal had to come courtesy by a blunder, then I have a reason to say that no, we had a team. I agree when you say our team is not good enough, but I think we had a team more than good enough to basically run over the likes of Ethiopia and that. But to the main question, the rumors are that, you know, Miloba, we are coming to drink Milo again. So
Milo, there is no Nyadio.
You know, I'm to be honest, I'm Milo biased because I say that, let's say from 2006, I think Milo is the only team that has taken over the Black Stars where I've seen tactics.
Yeah.
Where whenever you saw the Black Stars play, you thought they were playing according to a certain plan.
Yeah, like a certain pattern.
So Prince Tego will tell you, you know, 6 or 7 years after the 2010 World Cup that the coach deployed him on the right flank purposely because the coach knew he wasn't going to track back, but he was going to keep the right back at B. That tells you the kind of thinking that goes into it. So I'm kind of Milo biased. Is he the person we need now? I'm not too sure. To be honest, well, I mean, you have when he went to Cyprus.
Yeah, it was bad. He was sacked.
Since 2019, he's not been engaged. So you look at those things. But the question is, how many of our ex-coaches have been doing yourself? None of them. So it looks like they come here and they always do it. So you might want to, but comebacks don't always.
Ibrahim Tanko.
No Ghanaian coach for me currently should be given the blaster. They should stay off.
All right, let me come to you as Sina Dennis. You've heard what Ezra had to say that as it stands now, no Ghanaian coach should come near the Black Stars. We've heard a lot of names. Your final remarks, who do you think that is in the best position to coach this Black Stars team?
The next round, White, for the local team. I don't see anyone who fits the profile for our next coach who can be straight with. Unfortunately, the one I would prefer, we cannot afford him. Renard. I don't think we can afford him. He's a man who has wanted this Ghana job for a long time, and this could have been a best opportunity for us to get. But for what he's doing with Saudi Arabia, he's stopping the Asian World Cup qualifiers from 14 games. He has 10 wins. Everything is going out well for him, and he's on a salary of $100,000. Ghana, I'm not sure we're ready to pay $100,000 for a coach. I mean, all of us will stand up against that in as much as we want to
demonstrate.
100,000.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
100,000 is too much for us to pay. And so unfortunately, I think that for that reason he is out of the equation. I would have preferred it. But for Milo, I'm a bit skeptical, and that is where I want to drag my feet, because I understand he's even closer than all the other names that have popped out. So you shouldn't be surprised if Milo Van Rajevac is named our next coach. He was with the team. He took us to the AFCON 2010 final. He took us to the quarterfinals of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, and that has been one. He has been one of Ghana's best performers. But the point is that the last time Milo coach was in 2019 when it was in Thailand. I mean, for all, I mean, all due respect. And he was sacked after he was defeated by India with the Thai team. And so from 2019 to now, he has not had any job as it stands. Okay. So when you talk of rustiness, it's a bit rusty. Again, you also mentioned about the second coming, and that is my point. Coaches that have come for the second time. Not so long ago, we had Kwesi Appiah coming for a second spell, and it was a disaster. we've had that with Bukaziza and Sam Joju. Even with Ghana, there's been disaster with the second comings. And I mean, around the world, you don't want to go back to where you left a good, a good name. You don't want to go back because there's a likelihood that the second coming could be disastrous. And I think that is my fear for, Global Rajaba. But quite apart from that, I think that's for the names that we are fetching. I've heard Lucien Favre, and I think that if you can afford him, the former Dortmund coach, yes, he was with Dortmund, OJ and all of that. For me, from Hervé Renard, if you can afford Lucien Favre, I think that he will be the best man for the job.
All right, so he'll be the best man for the job if we can afford Lucien Favre. That's how we draw the curtains here on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week, we are asking if the sacking of CK Akono ends the problems in the Black Stars. Can Ghanaians now say that if a new coach is appointed, we can win the AFCON and then qualify to the FIFA World Cup? Thank you very much, guys, for joining me here on the show. Perez Ezra is with the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and Dennis Osei Ajiman, the big man among us, host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday. Till we meet again, it's bye for now. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then comment under the video. Keep your head up, and let's meet next week.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I don't know why I'm so excited about this particular conversation. Probably because our guest has got a lot of stories to tell us. You might know him as a blogger or vlogger or Mr. Ghana Baby, as a lot of people call him. But this gentleman has been to a lot of countries, even more than someone's lifespan. I'm just kidding about that. Before we delve right into the conversation, let's take a quick breather. When we return, we've got so much for you. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm yours truly, Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has got all you want from jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, meatballs. We have great deals for you every week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 Ghana cedis. You get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at every branch. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 Ghana cedis at all their branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof rice and fried rice from all their branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. I have here with me Wode Maya.
Oh wow, I am Maya. It's a pleasure meeting you, Elsie.
Pleasure all mine. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
I like your outfit.
Thank you.
It's dope.
Yeah, from Somali. And I went to Somalia recently,
Okay.
and they gave me the jalabia. So when I came to Ghana, they actually gave me the white one.
Oh.
So when I got to Ghana, I decided to get a black one because I feel like it looks good on me.
Oh. But what's like, in terms of texture, what's the difference between a Somali...
I think it looks the same, but
jalabia?
this one feels more good, you know. The
Oh,
quality.
the Ghana one
Yeah,
feels
I
more
think
good.
so.
Anyways, we know you to be a vlogger, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But we don't really know you in person that much. Can you tell us about yourself?
Okay, so I mean, I'm a vlogger, a YouTube content creator, but personally, I want people to know me as the annoying village boy from Ghana because I'm annoying. I'm from the village, and I'm still a boy, you know. So I love it when people call me the annoying village boy.
Speaking of the village, where did you grow up?
I grew up in a small town called Ahinkofi Krom in the western region of Ghana, Takrady to be precise. And I mean, I grew up from there. I went to school at West Street Primary and Junior High School. From there, I went to Bompe Senior High Technical School. And then, yeah, from there, came to Accra to China, and then back again.
You are really the typical village boy.
A typical village boy.
Because you grew up.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Accra is more like a city. And coming to Accra for the first time.
And I'm sure you didn't even keep long in Accra before you went to China.
No. I just came to apply for my visa and then I was out.
Okay, so what exactly did you go to do in China?
I went to China to study as an aeronautical engineer. Currently, I have my bachelor as an aeronautical engineer, but I started from, learning from school, and then I graduated from China, and then that's it.
So tell us, I know this is a profession that your parents might not approve of, typical of an African parent.
Okay.
What was the response from them?
Okay, so being an aeronautical engineer, I decided to do something that is not more like my hobby, right? It was out of research that I was doing way back in China, and I found vlogging and telling my parent that I want to do this because an African parent wants to see you as a doctor, engineer, whatever, but telling them that you want to be someone in front of the camera was something that it didn't go well, especially my dad, because I think my dad was so mad with me to the extent that it took him 2 weeks to pick up my call.
Oh, wow.
The day my father found out my YouTube video, he was not speaking with me, you know, so he called me, he was mad, he told me his mind. 2 weeks later, I mean, I was trying to call him within all those 2 weeks. Later on, after 2 weeks, he decided to call me back, you know. But my mom was always behind the scene telling me that do whatever you want to do, but make sure you do it on a low key because your dad is extremely mad. And that is when the YouTube name Wadamaya came into existence. Wadamaya literally means my mom. It's not my real name.
It's not your real name.
Yeah.
Okay, so all along you've adopted. Well, yeah, that explains it because it doesn't sound Ghanaian though.
It's actually a Chinese phrase which means my mom. Yeah, just to honor my mom for being part of the whole YouTube journey. Yeah.
But what did you do with regards to your dad?
My dad, I managed to convince him with my YouTube paycheck. I think my first YouTube paycheck, I sent it to him. You know, like my whole YouTube name, I use it as my dad. So my first YouTube account came into his account, and then he had to go and check it out. And when he got there, he called me to ask me if I've started doing Sakawa or this internet fraud and all of that. And I told him no, it's coming from YouTube. And since then, he became a big fan to the extent that he even gave me a card to go and make videos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What's your real name?
My real name, hey, my real name, yeah. I have a German name, man. It's called Berthold. Berthold. I don't even know how to pronounce my whole name. I mean, I remember back in primary school, they used to call me Petro because my classmate couldn't mention this name. So that's a German name called Berthold Kobena Akon. The Kobena Akon is the Tuesday, being born in Ghana on Tuesday, and then Akon is definitely my surname. But my dad co-worker was called Berthold, and then he named me after me. And since then, it's a German name. I don't really like it that much, but it means a leader, you know. So since my dad gave it to me, I have to accept it like that.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Kobena.
Kobena, I love that one.
Kobena.
Kobena Akon.
So Kobena, along your journey,
yeah,
I'm sure you might have had people discouraging you when you decided to venture into this profession. Tell us about some of those experiences.
I think for the discouragement from friends, it started way back in China. And I believe that I even built a brand based on negativity, you know, because I always have something that I normally tell people, that use negativity that comes from people as your source of motivation. To the extent that I always tell people that if you're doing anything and you don't have people hating on what you're doing, which means you're doing a wrong thing. So I always tell people that if you're doing something you don't have haters, go to a nearby shopping mall, go and ask them, is there any counter that they sell haters? Go and buy them, because you really need haters to help you grow. Because let me tell you something, when I started my YouTube journey, to the extent that I sometimes become the laughing subject in class. You know, I don't know if you have anything like that here in Ghana. When you're in a university, when the lecturer is lecturing, we have 10-minute break. And that 10-minute break, that is when my classmates used to laugh at me just because of the video I uploaded last night.
Wow.
They would just laugh and laugh and laugh. But right now, I think most of them are so proud of me that I did not give up, or I did not take those comments those days seriously. I took them seriously, but I used it to improve on what I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
What exactly do they laugh at in your videos?
I remember those days, one of the worst comments that I had from my classmate was that your face doesn't look good on camera. Yeah, that was one of the worst comments that I still remember to today. And some of them were like, this doesn't fit you, you know. We need people that looks hot on camera and all of that. It doesn't fit you and all of that. So, I mean, there's so many things. I can't recall all of them, but I received so many worst comments, and those comments actually made me who I am today.
I know you grew tough skin to most of those comments.
Exactly.
But you are human.
Yeah.
So at any point in time, did any of those comments get to you that you nearly...
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Like, some comment can get into you that you be like, why am I even doing this?
I'm not doing this again.
I'm not doing this again. But like I said, I'm a very positive guy. If you get to know me, you know that I'm very, very positive, to the extent that every negative comment, I have to make sure I'm making something out of it. To the extent that the videos that I'm doing right now, right, was a negative comment. But that negative comment, I turned it around and that's changed my life. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I get it.
I started making videos way back in China as a comedian.
Yeah.
I changed from there. I started promoting, talking about my experience as a black man. I changed again, and I started talking about Africa-China relationship. I moved to Africa. I started traveling around Africa, showing the beautiful part of Africa until COVID. When somebody wrote a comment under my video, the person was trying to criticize me, telling me that, oh, you're saying you're showing Africa to the world, you changed the narratives of Africa, but what you're showing us, this hotel is owned by Lebanese. This place that you showed us is owned by Chinese, so it's more like showing us stuff in Africa that are not for Africans.
Yeah, foreigners have built.
I mean, he used the word stupid and he added his comment to it. So when I saw it, and that's when I felt like, you know what, I need to take this comment serious. And that is when I went to Kumasi for the first time. It was during COVID time. Whilst we were locked down, people were in their room, that comment got into me. I went to Kumasi and I just started asking people like, who owns this resort? Who owns that restaurant? Is it somebody from Ghana? And that's when I started creating videos about black-owned businesses in Africa. And trust me, it changed my life. I was able to get my first property out of making such videos. I was able to meet my mentors out of all those videos. I was able to meet inspirational people, you know, out of those videos. And trust me, don't let people's negative comment make you say that, oh, I'm not going to do this anymore because of what somebody said to you. Always take advantage of them.
Speaking of your first property statement that you made, tell us about it. How much did you acquire it for? Were you given for free?
I'm not going to tell you how much I got that. No, it's okay. I'm not going to tell you how much I bought that and all of that. But it's a property that worth a lot. It's here in East Legon. And it's okay, right? Yeah, it's a property in East Legon. It's more like a...
It's a property in East Legon.
Yeah, it's a property in East Legon.
So you're an East Legon landlord?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Wow.
I think so. I don't know about that, but I think so.
I see. With the Maya, you make over 20K every month on YouTube. Over.
That's what they're saying, eh?
No.
Oh, wow.
You're a big man.
I'm really a big man, but that's what they're saying. But
tell us Tell us how you do that. Like YouTube only, or there are other things?
Like I said, being an influencer, it entails a lot. Yeah, YouTube alone pays you, but you also have people that reach out to you to go make videos for them, and they have to pay you for that, you know. And just like I remember you're saying, cheesy pizza. It's also more like people pay you to do some arts like that. So, I mean, in a month, you walk away with some amount of money. Yeah.
Were they?
Yeah.
How much do you make from YouTube every month?
Hey, I tell you that off stage.
We want to know.
No, I mean,
some of us, we also want to start doing YouTube.
Yeah,
so.
like I said, it's very, very important. Like I said, if you're using a platform and a platform is not paying you, don't. I always tell people to use social media wisely, you know, very wisely, you know, because it's a place where you can make income. I mean, very good income, right? Still want to know how much I make.
Oh, of course.
Very good income, yeah, but I will tell you like the exact figure.
You don't need to tell us the exact, but give us like a card.
I'll give you a card. Like as a YouTuber, right? Probably you can go from 10 to 100K.
Cedars.
No.
Dollars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm just telling you.
I'll corner you. So what day aside vlogging, what else do you do? Are there any small businesses that you run?
Oh yeah, I mean for now it's more like YouTube full time. And my staff is not just in Ghana. I do staffs in different African countries. You get how do you call it? Because my project is Africa to the world, so it's more like being a real estate developer, but not in Ghana. We have different places in different part of Africa, so it's more like a real estate guy right now, but I'm not the one who runs it, but it's the brand which is not in Ghana currently.
So you're like a broker.
It's more no. We build broker is like
you're a realtor itself.
Yeah, you just build it yourself and then
developer.
And then you
hey,
developer.
You have manual.
Oh no, I'm just a young guy trying to make it. Yeah.
When at all will you admit that you have money?
I don't know about that, you know, because like I said, it's more of
you say
trying to do something.
Say amen,
you know?
I receive it.
Oh, I mean in future, amen. You know, but for now, I don't know about that. You know, I'm still trying to, maneuver into the system and see how things work in Africa.
Okay, let's take a break. He doesn't want to accept that he is rich, but
I don't know about that.
I'm sure he'll change his mind when we come back from the break.
Thank you.
The conversation is getting so interesting, but we have a lot for you after this breather. Don't go away. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the breather. If you just joined in, you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we have been talking to Wode Maya.
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah?
Wode, we would have to talk about some of your travel experiences.
Yeah.
You must have had some thrilling experiences, both positive and negative. Which one would you pick first? The positive? Negative?
I always love talking about negativity over positivity.
Okay, so let's talk about the negative. What are some of the weirdest things you have experienced in your travel journey?
Weirdest?
Yes.
That's tough. I think one of the things that I found so weird, but I have to respect culture, was I went to the Himba tribe when they told me they're going to cook with water only. I'm coming from Ghana. Like, even if you're not going to put anything, I need salt.
Yeah.
Or pepper.
Yes.
And I'm good to go. But these people don't cook with anything. No spices. Meat. You know, like you kill a whole goat, raw meat, you put it on, and then you just add water to it.
Was it properly washed though?
No, it's people's culture, you know. But I felt like it was so weird, and then I had to eat it, and geez, I'm like, wow. Anyway.
Okay, speaking about the Himba experience.
Yeah.
I hear they give visitors.
Yeah, I mean visitors, not
women. Please,
yeah, it's so
we
true.
want to know.
Yeah, I would definitely tell you. They give how do you call it? Their wives to visitors, but it's not an ordinary visitor like me. You know, let's say you're also a Himba, but you're a friend to this guy. So when you come, I have to offer you my wife to satisfy you, but instead of my wife going to cheat on me.
But were you given?
No, because I'm not Himba, you know.
Are you sure? I don't believe
I mean, it's so good. It's so good that you asked me this question on camera, because everywhere I go in Ghana, people meet me, Maya. Were you given?
Maya, there was this particular girl that you were eyeing. I could see that you were eyeing in the video.
No, I was not eyeing anyone. It's just, I mean, I was just shooting my content, and I'll be out. Trust me, they didn't give me anyone because I'm not Himba. I even dressed like them for them to give me one, but they did not give me.
How long did you stay there?
I think we spent a night and a day. So yeah.
In one of the scenes, I saw you taking off your boxers.
Yeah,
How
I did.
uncomfortable was that?
It was not uncomfortable because when you go to Rome, you do a romance. Everybody there was not wearing boxer shorts. It was just naked, you know. So
but
I just felt like...
I saw your facial expression.
I mean, from the beginning, it was not so comfortable. But at some point, I felt like, you know what? Let it go. I mean, I actually love having fresh air. So I just felt like that's a try for me to allow fresh air to go all those places. So I just took it off.
But were people around when you were taking it off?
I mean, people were there. But I was wearing some
thing
stuff,
around
so
your waist.
I took it right there, man. They were actually shocked, you know. And that was when they also got comfortable with me because they saw a guy who was ready to embrace them for who they are. And it was amazing. I had a very good time there, man.
What about the clay, the oil?
So it's more like you actually look like one of them, especially your hair. You know, exactly like that. But, you know, I think you have added something. But them, it's just the clay that they put it on the hair. And then, see, it took me 3 days to bath.
And take that off.
Red clay from anytime I wear clothes, it's just sticking to it. So it's more of a butter. They got it from animals.
Yeah.
And then the red clay, and then they just grind them together and put it on your skin, man.
Wow.
It's a different whole level.
But those people, though, there's the popular assertion that they are witches and all of that.
That's why
Were you scared? Along the line.
I can never be scared when it comes to an African. You know, that is something that I feel like colonization really caused for us to hate our own people, to the extent that I think when I even went to Namibia, I met some few people. When I told them that I'm going to see the Himba people, they were like, oh, the Himbas got witchcraft. Make sure you don't eat any food when you go there. But hey, I mean, this is something that colonization actually did to Africans. That's what I normally say. It's time for Africans to unlearn, relearn, and embrace their own. Because a Himba, he looks like me. Something funny that even happened is that when I went there, they started greeting me, Moro, Moro, Moro. That was good morning. And people from East Africa were like, oh, in East Africa, we also say Moro for good morning. Oh, okay. So it means that we're actually the same people. Let me tell you, I wish I can have the time to tell you that Africans are just same people. I went to Togo. They gave me wachi. Like, oh, this is our best meal. And they called it a different name.
And they actually have kinky there too.
They brought the food and I'm like, this is wachi. And I'm like, oh, they call it in Ghana kinky. They have a different name for it. So we are all the same people, but we're all from, they put us in different part of the world, you know, different part of the continent.
Maya, how many countries have you traveled to so far?
I've been to 22 now, and I'm going to my 23rd tomorrow, which is Congo. Yeah.
So I wasn't sure after all that you have traveled.
Yeah, I mean,
just as somebody's
lifespan.
Lifespan, yeah.
That was funny, yeah.
So, in all your experiences in these 22 countries, have you had any life-threatening experience?
Oh man, I think almost all the time. Especially when you do videos, because I think when I went to South Africa, I spoke about something that I saw being a black guy living in South Africa, that the place that I was staying was surrounded by white people. You know, it was just white people everywhere. And I didn't understand that I'm in Africa and I'm being surrounded by the neighborhood that I stayed. There was no black man there. And the black man that I was seeing there were the people that were, I mean, how do you call it? I mean, doing that dirty work and all of that. So I just spoke about it, and then I got a lot of threats, you know, death threats and all of that. Black South Africans were saying that I'm calling them poor. That was not the intention. I just talked about where I was, and that was what happened. I think I've had so many instances where I was deported from a country, an African country. I was arrested in an African country.
Really?
There's an instance that I was being followed by a police car. Oh, they came and said, where are the drugs? Where are the drugs? I'm like, I don't have drugs. I don't even smoke cigarette. How much more than smoking weed or cocaine or something like that? So, I mean, you know, Africans really hate themselves. And
which countries were you
I think I was
in
South Africa. I was arrested. South Africa too, I was almost denied entry because I was coming from West Africa. They were like, oh, you're from West Africa, we're not going to allow you to enter. It was annoying. They just told you to step aside for some time. They did all the investigation that they want to do, and they told me to enter. I think in Kenya too, I got arrested. In Zambia, I got arrested.
For what exactly?
Just holding a camera. You know, they said you're a spy. And Zambia was extremely funny to the extent that they saw me with a camera and they saw that, oh, what kind of pictures did you take? I'm like, my type of videos is to show the beauty of Africa, yeah? So I show streets, telling people that, oh, Africa doesn't look like the way you think. And I think I got arrested in Zambia. They said I'm a terrorist or something. I nearly got mobbed, actually.
Serious?
Yeah, and then they later handed me to the police, and then what they were supposed to do, the police guy watched my video, so he know what I'm about, and then he told me to leave. Yeah.
What country were you deported from?
I think I was deported from Uganda, and Zambia too I was deported.
So till now you don't go there? Or?
No, I'm actually going back. I would love to do the return of the deportee. Yeah. I really want to go back to the countries that I was deported. Yeah, I mean, the time that I was deported, I think I was still new in the game. But right now, if you try that nonsense, I think my platform can even expose you. So I have confidence because of also the brand that I've been able to build over the years. Yeah.
So, like, during that period that you were going through all of this, did it deter you in any way?
Sometimes, you know. I mean, being an African, you only have one mission, is to change the African narratives and promote Africa. But at the end of the day, the people don't even see your value or what you're trying to achieve. At some point, I asked myself, who forced you? Who told you to do this? But I felt like it's time for Africans to travel within Africa. It's time for Africans to invest in Africa. It's time for Africans to know that we are just one people. And look at it, all these things were happening to me. It was very difficult. I tell people that it hasn't been easy. Today, people see me like, oh, what am I? They think he just woke up and just became what am I? No. It's been a journey of sweat and hard work. And
tears.
Very. I mean, yeah, sometimes.
Did you cry in some of the cases?
Of course. I do cry sometimes. Remember, I went to Togo. I went to one, it's called Juju place like that. They said that's where Togo was formed, yeah? Togoville. I don't know if you've been there before. It's called Togoville.
No, I haven't.
It's a place where Togo started. So I went there, we crossed the river to go there. We did all the videos we were supposed to do. And then before we were able to, like, we wanted to go back, they were like, no, you have to go and say thank you to the gods. If you don't do that, your boat will capsize or something. Hey, we came with, you know, the canoe that they paddle like this. Yeah. So if anything happens, which means we don't even have a fast speed boat that will go faster. No life jacket or anything like that. We asked them, what are we supposed to do? They're like, oh, we need to enter a room and then buy snap and all of that, give it to the gods, take off our clothes and all of that. And I did all of that, you know. And I was like, you know what, let me just put this video up. When I uploaded that video, the Christians on my channel, I'm a Christian myself, right? They said, oh, you've sold your soul to the devil. Now that you're making it, you're trying to sell your soul to the devil. I lost 1,000 people in a day.
That's a serious.
And imagine, like, they don't know the other story. They just saw what they saw, but they didn't know that your life was at stake. Like, if we said, oh, we are Christians, we don't want to do this.
But didn't you indicate it in the video that your life was at stake? So that's why.
No, we just did what we were supposed to do. You know, some things you can't. That's what we normally have behind the scenes. Yeah, some things you can't just say it on camera. There's so many things that happens. You guys will be watching the video, you'll be laughing, like the Himba vlog. You know what it took me to do that video, that 30-minute video, the amount of money we spent, and at the end of the day, I didn't even like monetize the video because I wanted to respect a particular culture. You understand? A lot of things goes behind the scene. It's not always that rosy videos that you watch. We passed through so many things to get that video, and that's what I want people to know, that Africa belongs to us, and we are trying to bring the authentic African stories, but we have to go through so much to bring those content. It hasn't been easy, but trust me.
Yeah, I've been through a lot.
A lot. There's a lot that we normally don't talk about. Even in Ghana here, I think we try to promote one particular company. We send them letters all the time. They didn't. And then the day I was going there, my car just crashed somebody, and the person died. And I had to do a whole funeral.
You did a whole funeral?
A whole funeral. You know, so these are the challenges that we faced, but we normally don't talk about it.
So how do you normally, like, get access to the places you go? How do you link with the areas you travel to?
I more work with African YouTubers, so probably before I go to anywhere, I just reach out to any YouTuber, and as soon as I reach out to one YouTuber, I'm good. The rest will follow.
So the Himba tribe especially, how were you able to get there?
No, I mean, I reach out to, like I said, I reached out to somebody from the country, and then I knew what I wanted, and then they said, oh, they live in this particular place, we have to do this and that, and that's why we got there.
So do you drive?
No, we always have to get a driver whenever we go to a new country, because you need a license.
But you mostly go by land?
By plane. I mean, within the country?
Yeah.
Within the country, if the country is safe, we use road. If the country is not safe, by air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Throughout your travel experiences, are there some other things that you'd want us to adopt as Ghanaians? In terms of tourism, whatever it is.
I think tourism is an industry that can boost our economy. And I believe that Ghana should learn in terms of how to market the country. Yeah, I mean, if you want to market a country, you need influencers, yeah? If you're looking for influencers, I feel like some of us are doing our own thing to promote the country, because I normally don't see the tourism board helping influencers to promote the country, but they're already used to the local influencers that they have. But we're doing our best in our own way to put Ghana on the map, and I believe that nothing is going to stop us, because for me, I love my country, and I'm doing my part for the country.
In terms of maintenance culture, do you think Ghana is doing its best to adopt that lifestyle?
We don't have a maintenance culture, and I complain about it almost every single day, because I just feel like the structure will be there, but there's nothing like maintenance. I went to Takrady, the sports stadium. They built it somewhere in 2008. It's deteriorated. The roads. They build the government will spend so much money on the road, and we don't even clean the roadsides. You see, I just feel like there should be a system that will punish people, because we've been saying democracy, democracy, but if it's not helping, we got to change it. Because I've been to Rwanda, yeah, and it's one of the best countries I've ever been to, because the system works. You know where to put this. Like, let me tell you something that maybe somebody has never talked about it. In Rwanda, even if you drink alcohol and you want to drive, all you need to do, there's a street light where it has camera access and all of that. You just park your car there and then just call that and just tell them you're drunk. The police will come and drive you home. That's a system that works, and it's in Africa. And we normally say that, oh, this is Africa. Stop saying this is Africa. Some countries are working. What do you call it? Namibia. they got the best roads in Africa. And if I tell you that where they got their model from, you'll be shocked that they got their model from Ghana. But can you tell me Ghana got the best roads in Africa? I don't know. Maybe the people have to change their ways. And Ghana deserves better, man. Ghana has built a name out. If you travel as a Ghanaian, you don't know what I'm talking about.
There's pride that comes with it.
Kwame Nkrumah built Ghana for us to the extent that when I travel and I tell people I'm from Ghana, everybody starts saluting you because you come from Ghana. But you yourself, you know that, hey, you can't be here anymore. Now, I don't know, respect him is that. A country like Ghana, we don't have an airline to boast of. It's terrible.
Is that why you were spotted at the Fix the Country protest?
I was there as a Ghanaian. You know, I was there as a Ghanaian because I feel like Ghana deserves better. We've been brainwashed with politics to the extent that even if you see something that is right, you can't talk about it because we're scared of, am I supporting the MPP or am I supporting the NDC? But every Ghanaian deserves better. We have staffs that are in the bush and no one is talking about it because they are scared. It's not for NDC government, it's not for MPP government, it's your money. We should learn to speak the truth, but I believe that our education system did not help us to come out to speak our minds. They always want to make us timid. Oh, akonomboadie. But you're speaking the truth. The truth is only one, and it's only the truth can set all of us free. Thank you.
Thank you too. Wode Maya, how did you land your Kenyan girlfriend?
Wow.
Why are you breathing in and out?
Yeah, I mean, it was also out of my travels. That was my first country that I went to, not Kenya, but Ethiopia, yeah? So like I said, my project is about Africa to the world. I want to bring African YouTubers together to promote Africa. So I reached out to so many content creators in Africa that, I want to meet up and work with you all. But nobody responded. She's the only one who responded to me. So I was in Ethiopia when I told her, do you want to come around? I said, why not? And she came over, we met, we started making videos together, and I left, she left. But I think the connection was there. So I continued my journeys. So Kenya was my last country before I cut my journey short, and we met again. And I met her again. I came back to Ghana, and she also flew to Ghana, and then everything started when we both met in Singapore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So was she the one you came with?
Yeah, exactly. She's the one.
Okay.
She's always with me, yeah.
She was all over you.
All over.
Touching your face and touching your body.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Next time I'll take notice.
Hey, and you were calling her baby too.
All right. She's always my #1 baby, you know.
Hey, sorry that we don't have the baby there.
Hey, are you sure about that?
So wedding bell soon?
Very soon. Very
when?
soon.
When?
Probably next year.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to be off the market because I think
Why do you want to be off the market? Girls are disturbing you?
I mean, I feel like it makes you sound, you know, when you settle and then you focus on other things. Because there's so many women. If you say, oh, you don't know what to choose, because I travel every day, I meet different people every day. I don't want to change my mind. I just want to know that I have a ring and, you know, you understand?
So girls, like you get those kind of proposals?
It's normal all the time. You know, people don't care that you even have a girlfriend.
And does she feel safe with that? Is she comfortable?
Hey, I think you're a woman, you understand that.
I get it. The fact that she even goes with you everywhere.
Not everywhere, but some places, you know. But like I said, it's especially I create videos with so many women because women normally attract, you know, but you always have to know that you have only one woman, you know. So that's why I just want to just be like Sarkodie. You marry, you get out of the
Oh,
market.
yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Sarkodie, is he your favorite artist?
Shatawale is actually my favorite artist.
Why?
He's a hardworking guy. And, oh yeah, I mean...
This is your response.
Yeah,
He's a hardworking, so Sarkodie is not hardworking.
Oh, no, listen, don't get me wrong. Sarkodie is a legend, yeah? I don't know how to explain. Sarkodie is more like a legend. We all know that, when it comes to Ghana music, the guy who is actually taking Ghana to the world is Sak. No doubt about that. I've traveled to so many African countries. Nobody knows Shatawale, nobody knows Tomboy, but they all know Sarkodie, right? But when you come to Ghana, the person that I admire in terms of how he works hard all the time, bringing out, I mean, how do you call it? Shatawale is somebody that you can't predict, you know, but I've been a big fan of him for so long. Just these days, I'm just on and off, you know, because sometimes I feel like he needs to understand the people that we support him. Not all the time he thinks about himself all the time.
Wode Maya, before we go, give out your final words to people who want to be like you, the vloggers and
that's deep.
People who want to be making the dollars every month.
I want to say that start YouTube with passion, not because of the money. Because when you start something with passion, you make impact, yeah? And when you make impact, that's when you make income, right? The money will definitely come, but have patience. Everybody want to blow. Oh, I want to blow, I want to blow. Take your time, step by step. Rome was not built in a day. And believe me, if you continue what you do, if you continue doing what you love, you will be there someday. Maybe she's saying that you have to be like Wode Maya. I would say that you have to be better than Wode Maya. But first, most important thing, be yourself and stay authentic.
Thank you so much, Wode Maya.
Thank you so much for having me.
AKA Kobina Akon.
Yeah.
Hey, this is your name that you're hiding. Thank you for coming. I had a good time.
Thank you
so much. I hope you did too.
I did. Yeah, I really enjoyed this interview.
All right. Don't forget, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, fried rice, jollof rice, spaghetti, meatballs. We have great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 Ghana cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof rice from Cheesy Pizza across all their branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And also soon we have come to an end of this conversation in this interesting interview, but Cheesy Pizza has asked me to give you a coupon. So you go to their branch and then you order for a pizza.
Hey, it has an expiring date. 1 month only.
Yes.
Okay. Am I supposed
But you can do that today since you'll be traveling soon. So.
Yeah, so where can I find Cheesy Pizza?
The branches are on it. Where do you live?
East Legon.
Okay. So, no, the East Legon branch is not part here, but you can get one at Ring Road, Spintex. Adenta. It's written on it.
Okay, I'll definitely
You eat pizza, right? Oh, yeah, the kenke...
I mean, we are all getting used to pizza.
You can buy and share with your girlfriend.
Thank you. I'll do that. I think I'll go and check it out.
Okay, so we have come to an end of this interesting conversation with Wode Maya. I hope you like every bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be blessed and stay safe.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Series here on GhanaWeb TV. The conversation continues and we are creating awareness about how you and I can ensure safety on our roads as well as curb road accidents as a menace that has gone on for so long. Today, we spend the day at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where we would interact with a patient's doctor who will take us through what a typical day looks like at the accident ward, whilst we have other pertinent conversations around road safety. Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Let's have a quick break and meet our guests. So we are at the entrance of the emergency unit at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and Doc is going to take us through the procedures that one has to take, a patient has to take once he gets here for treatment.
All right, so what happens is that they get to the entrance, and then we have a nurse here, we call it the pre-triage nurse.
Okay.
Normally you bring in such people when you have problems at your entrance or when you have pandemics. So during the COVID time, we decided to have one here.
Okay.
And some time back, there was an issue that someone came to the hospital, was not satisfied with some service and all that. And the staff too had the proof also that they did all well. So we decided to bring the PRO's office here.
Okay.
So on my left, that's the PRO's office. So what happens here is that the PRO's office is independent of the emergency room. So they are here to see how we do our things. Whatever goes wrong, they tell us maybe we are wrong or patient is wrong.
Okay.
Then they see the way to correct them. But they function very well with our pre-triage nurse. They come together anytime a patient comes in, they approach them, talk to the family, find out how best they can help, and then we move the patient inside.
So at this point, when they are doing all of that, where would the patient be?
No, so they are receiving the patient.
Okay.
They go and receive the patient.
Okay.
All is that a patient has come in, they walk to the patient, the car, ask what their problem is, they find out, oh no, it's the patient you brought, and then they coordinate the movement of the patient in.
Okay.
Some can walk in, others will need a wheelchair, some also need beds. They arrange for all that and move the patient in.
Okay, so
Yes.
Doc, I would want to know, you know, there are different kinds of patients with different financial backgrounds.
Yes.
If someone should come in and they don't have any money at all,
Yes.
does the emergency units take care of them and then later on look at the finances, or you wait for them to pay everything before?
We don't. Luckily enough, we have the electronic system we are using. You know, initially we were using the paper system, manual till somebody has to record.
Okay.
And with that one, someone could easily run away without paying a bill.
Okay.
And there is no way it's recorded anywhere because the person may not even come back with that folder. So it means that that bill will be lost forever. But now we are using an electronic system. Whenever you enter the hospital, even for the first time, it doesn't matter which point. You have your name is entered into the system, and then you have a code number.
Okay.
So that's your number for the rest of your life within the facility.
Okay.
So it has come to help us in the emergency room, because normally in emergencies, we don't want a situation where they will say pay before you have the service, because it's somebody's life.
Yes.
So the emergency concept is save the life and later payments will be made.
Okay.
Now, the moment they bring the person in, we ask the relative to quickly go and do a card. Now the card itself has a fee, but you don't pay it upfront.
Okay.
You just do the card, they capture your data and all that, then the system starts billing in there. Then we attend, while that is being done, we are attending to the patient. We attend to the patient all drugs that we need. The department has done so well, together with the central administration, that we have a pharmacy within the department.
Okay.
So they serve all medication. Since it's the system, it's just for a doctor to prescribe that medication in the name of that patient. It is all given out and the patient is billed. So someone can come and stay the first 24 hours without having any money on them. Whatever we should do in the emergency room will be done. The person will have medication given. Then later on they have to come and pay all those bills. Okay. There's a limit to it. And when it gets to that limit now, the notification from pharmacy, for example, will come that the patient has hit the limit and now has to make some deposit before further medications can be issued. But then the patient is stable.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. So where are you taking us now?
All right. So this is the triage unit. When you enter the emergency room, we have the triage where they check the patient's vitals. So vitals, I mean like the blood pressure, the sugar level, the way the patient is breathing, the oxygen level, and then they assess the patient's general awareness. Ask 1 or 2 questions and then put all this together. So these are very objective values that we put together, and then it gives a color code. Now the color code has a meaning. For example, if the person triages bed, that tells you that if you don't have a bed, if you don't have anything, there's a life-threatening issue with that patient, so you need to sort out that patient. To the extent that even if for that particular patient alone, you all need to put the patient on the floor, all the staff have to go onto the ground and take care of that patient. You have to do, because there's something that is going to cause the patient's life, so you have to sort that problem out quickly. So we do it.
Okay.
And then after that, we have orange, and then we have yellow. Those ones have a time limit to be seen. So at least those ones you can look for a bed, you can look for an ideal place, and then pull them before you go ahead. So these values, as I said, are all very objective. If I do it, the values I'll get, when you also do, you get same values.
Same values.
So it's not now like because I know the person. No. So sometimes you may even come and then you are waiting for a moment. They ask you wait. They've checked all that and you are still waiting. They tell you maybe there are no beds or there's a situation or so. Then you realize that they're rushing another person. They check on that person too. You may see the person to be conscious, but the person may have some life-threatening issues.
Okay.
So they may even attend to that person before your relative. Then people now tend to think that, oh no, there's something going on, someone has, no, it's not so.
Okay.
Here it's not first come, first serve.
It's based on the severity of the case.
Problem the person has.
Okay.
But there's a time limit for every color that you shouldn't go beyond this time. That person should have been seen. So you realize that someone who has come earlier on has been waiting. Another one comes in, has been checked on, and then that person is given faster attention than the other one. And then relatives may not understand. But it's our responsibility to explain it to them.
And is that done?
Yes, it is done. The only thing is that if, for example, now, let's say that they received you nicely, you've come in, but you are still anxious because your patient is still complaining of maybe a pain in the tummy. Then another one comes in, probably even walking. But then when they check, you realize that something is wrong with the person, very serious. So that person is moved in. At that point, maybe nobody will explain anything to you, but you're already furious. So you may not wait for the explanation, and then you may just burst out, start talking. But if you have the patience, it will be explained to you. And even if you ask, it will be explained to you, and that's it.
Okay, so what you're saying is patients may not look like what they are going through or how severe their cases may be.
Yeah, that's
so there may be someone sitting on a wheelchair with a less serious case than someone who may be walking around.
Yes. So let me give you just a scenario. With experience, I was at the accident area, and there was this mass accident where about 15 people were in a vehicle and had an accident. They were brought in. There were some young guys among them who were shouting, "Attend to me, my leg is paining me this." There was an old lady, an elderly woman who was sitting down. All you could realize was that she just sat down, put the hands on the thighs. We call it the tripod position, leaning forward a bit. Tripod position, yes. Okay. Leaning forward a bit, and you realize that she was trying to breathe in deeply and take it out. That tells you that that woman's breathing is a problem. She has a very bad problem, worse than all those who were shouting. We quickly took her in. When we checked, we got it. We have something we call pneumothorax. She was in tension pneumothorax. So much air had accumulated into her lungs, her chest. And this woman could not breathe well, but was not talking. So you realize that somebody is rather screaming, shouting because the leg is broken and it's paining him. But there was this old lady who was just sitting down, not talking, or was just moaning. But that person had a more severe injury. So it is not, that's what I'm saying, it's not subjective. It's not what I see you about, no, I like you, I don't like you. It is what the experience and the triage values will give us. Then we move forward.
Okay. Is it the case that there are enough nurses on the ground to see to all patients that come at the same time? Because maybe 2 or 3 or 4 patients may come with the same severity of issues, and there may not be enough people to check, what is happening to them at the time they come.
Yeah. So this is what happens. All patients who go to the clinic are stable. It means they don't have a life-threatening issue.
Yeah.
They don't have an acute problem. So they are being seen at the clinic. Those ones, they can be in the queue for their vitals to be checked. Their blood pressure, sugar, and all those things to be checked. In the emergency room, always we assume that anybody who walks into the emergency room or who is brought to the emergency room has an acute problem. So we make sure that we have enough nurses at triage. And you can have 2, 3 patients being checked on at the same time.
Okay.
So we have enough nurses to do it.
Okay.
And then we do it at the same time.
Okay.
Ideally, nobody should come to the emergency room and wait for more than 10 minutes before a nurse works on that patient. No.
Okay. Right. So you've told us about the triage.
Yes.
When next do they move to?
All right. So a patient has come in and has triaged red. Red means that there's a life-threatening issue that we need to solve immediately. Can't wait. So, for example, as we are having this interview now, if they should bring in a patient and the patient triages red, we will have to stop.
Yeah.
We pause.
Yes.
We need to go save that life before we come and continue.
Exactly.
Even when other people are being triaged and their values look normal, we may have to leave that and then go and handle the one that has a life-threatening issue, which is red. So now this is the procedure. Now the person comes in red, we go inside here. So if you don't mind,
Go
we can
inside
enter
here.
red. Yes.
Okay. So this is the red.
Yeah, so this is the red unit. Now, the difference in all things is that you should always have an empty red bed. And don't use it for a walking case that is not red. Because an emergency can come at any time, which is life-threatening. And then you need to use that red bed to save that life. Okay. So ideally, we have the resuscitation bed. But because of our system, you leave it. The next morning, by the time you come, a new patient has been resuscitated, and the patient remains on the bed. Okay. But at red, all beds at red are for resuscitation.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, but you mentioned some of the things that you use to determine the severity of
Yes.
a patient's case.
Yes.
Can you give me an example or some instances of the patients, the kind of patients that you admit here? What are their issues?
All right. So most of the patients that are admitted to red are unconscious. Unconscious means they cannot maintain a communication with you. Most of them are that way. Now you may have others that will have other life-threatening issues. The person may be communicating with you, but for example, the sugar is so low, and most of them will be unconscious to anyway. You have a patient who has a chest injury, for example, and then it's going down, the consciousness level is going down. You need to move that patient to red. You have a patient who has a vascular injury, that's a blood vessel injury, an artery injury, for example, that is pouring so much blood. That's, if you don't do anything about it, we call it exsanguination. That's because it's bleeding so much that the blood will all get finished. Those patients are moved to red. So that patient may even be conscious, but is moved to red.
Okay.
So if you see the patient behind you, for example, he was knocked down by a motorbike. Okay. So he came in with a head injury, the leg was broken and all that. Now he's coming up, so he's struggling. All right, so now what they have to do is, they have to give him something to sedate him a bit, and then they will do their head CT scan and all that. Now, the head CT scan is an emergency. In some situations, it's an emergency. But we in the emergency, we have our limitations because we don't have our own CT scan machine.
Okay.
So as I told you at the entrance, this one came in, didn't come in with any money or relative. We took him in, we made sure we got the card for him, we got all the medications for him. Now he's coming up. The family later on came in, and then they started paying for some of the things. Okay. So that's how it is.
Okay. All right. So from the red.
Yeah. So red, we have
ward.
orange. So we can go to orange also.
Can you tell us some of the peculiar accident cases you've had to deal with personally as a doctor?
Yeah, I mean all of them. Mention them from falls, those who fall from height, or someone is drunk and falls down. People who have been knocked down by motorbikes, by vehicles, or were also riding the vehicle, riding the motorbike, or were in the vehicle and had an accident. And then those who are pillion riders, that are those who sit at the back of the motorbike and all that. So we've had all of the burns, vascular injuries, we've had everything here.
So how many?
And then the non-trauma cases too, yes.
How many nurses do you work with on the regular?
Really, the whole department has about 200 and something nurses. But what happens is that the allocation of nurses depends on what is done on that ward. For example, this is the red ward, which is an acutely ill patient area where you need to do a lot of resuscitation. So mostly they have about a nurse to 2 patients. That is the maximum you can have. You cannot have 3 patients to a nurse, no. The worst you can have is 2 patients to a nurse. Yes, and there are times that they even have 2 nurses attending to 1 patient.
Okay.
Yes. Now when you go to the other side, it's not safe. So this ward takes about 14 patients. So on a daily basis, they may have about 10 to 12 nurses per shift. Because some of them need more care. Yes, and that's it. Yes.
So which is the orange?
All right, so the orange is the other side.
Okay.
So in terms of severity, when you take red out, the next level is orange. So the orange patients can also deteriorate easily and go into red with a life-threatening issue.
Okay.
Right.
And you mentioned earlier resuscitating patients in the red units.
Yes.
What does it take to resuscitate a patient?
A lot. So the point is, this one is patient-based, but there are unique things you should always have. We have some equipment, probably when we get back. You should have a defibrillator. You should have what we call the ventilator. We have it. You have your suction machine. You have all your emergency drugs. You have what we call the CPR board and the drugs all you need. And then the training for the staff who work there. Because if anything goes wrong with any patient that we need to do resuscitation, everybody there must be capable of starting it and then inviting the rest of the team in. So we have all those systems. Yes. The monitors and all that. So every patient that ready to have a monitor, that's the cardiac monitor. Yes.
All right. Yes. So we are now at the orange.
So this is orange ward. So a lot of the patients here will be able to talk to you, tell you their problems, you communicate with them. But they have an illness that makes it that they can't go home now, so they need to be seen. Most of them would be admitted to the wards. Yes, whenever there's a space on the ward, they are admitted to the wards. Some of them to stay in the emergency room longer than it should be, but that's it. That's orange.
Okay. All right. So where are we moving?
We have yellow. We will not go there because during the COVID pandemic, every unit was asked to allocate an area for suspected cases. You do the testing
within the unit.
Within your unit. So ideally, if you are a health facility, you should have an area where you keep a case that you suspect of COVID. Because one thing about COVID is we human beings moving around and move the virus around. So if you suspect a case, it's better you keep it, isolate it somewhere, let the proper testing be done. If it turns out to be that it's not, then you move the patient to any ward at all. But if it turns out to be, then you move the patient to the treatment center. That way you're able to contain the illness easily. So now when COVID started, in the emergency room, we didn't have an area to isolate these patients. So the decision was taken to use the yellow ward. The yellow ward just looks like this, but it's on the other side.
Okay.
So initially, things were going on well. So we're only keeping the suspected cases. We'll get the COVID result, then we move them to the treatment center. Kolebu has a treatment center. But currently, the treatment center is full, and we learned all other treatment centers are full. So we have a lot of the patients now that are positive. So it has become more or less a treatment center, though it has not been well equipped to treat. So we can't enter there because the patients there have COVID. Yes,
okay, so then it means that the people who ordinarily would have been put in those wards, where are they put now?
That is the pressure we have now. So you realize that has given a lot of pressure because that takes about 14 patients. At a go, takes 14 patients. So it means
those 14
we now have
patients.
that pressure of dealing with those 14 patients at triage. Ideally, triage is not a place for a patient to be seen, attended to. No, a patient is to be triaged and then sent to the appropriate area, and then the triage nurses become free for the next cases that will be coming in.
Okay.
But unfortunately now, because of this situation, sometimes even the triage nurses need to treat a patient at triage because we have that pressure on us. So that's the deficit we have now in the system.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do you deal with relatives who come with patients like this? Because some of them come with emotions and all of that.
Yes.
How do you deal with
them? You mean those who are suspected of COVID or any other patient at all?
Relatives who come with accident victims.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is it. The point is that ideally you are not allowed all relatives in because it gives a lot of pressure. So that's where sometimes I say the security man's work is even more difficult than ours. Good. So a lot of relatives come in. You are attending to the patient. You can't attend to the relatives at the same time. But that's why we have the PRO's office, the pre-triage nurses. They handle the relatives for us first by talking to them to understand what we have at hand. And surprisingly enough, or somehow okay, the relatives who bring these bleeding cases, the accident cases, understanding that they have a bad situation at hand. So they cooperate a lot with us. Whatever you ask them to do, most of them do it. Apart from the very young ones who are from some particular area, they feel that all of them should be there, they come in making a lot of noise. But this is our work. So we know how to go about it, so that doesn't distract us from attending to the patient. There was a gentleman who came in, had a very bad open fracture. So open fracture means that there's a communication between outside and where the bone is broken. So there was a large wound. This patient was not looking stable. We managed to get blood. We ran up and down to get blood. They didn't even have money initially because the blood bank, they don't sell blood. What happens is that somebody will have to donate at least blood later so that you have more for other people.
Later or before?
No, later.
Okay.
As long as it's an emergency, when we get to the blood bank, they consider it.
Okay.
But one of the things is that any blood at all, you have to check and see if the blood is safe. So the safety of the blood is to make sure there's no sickness in the blood. It's a very group of that particular patient, and there's a cost involved in that. So, for example, they'll check if there's no HIV, there is no hepatitis, and all other things they look for. Now, this one has a cost that you have to pay instantly, but sometimes you're able to talk to the blood bank unit. Sometimes they even write some of our names there to just make sure that we make sure the relatives later go there to pay. Then they give the blood to us. So there was this gentleman, we did all this for the guy. He even had an injury to the hand. We handled all this. Now it was time for the orthopedic surgeons to come in and take this patient. The patient said he was going back to the north.
Okay.
That the grandfather said he should come back home. This was somebody who came in dying. They had to go look for blood, do all this for him. And eventually they even brought the letter that they didn't want care again, and we had to let them go.
But was he okay?
No, he was alive. But that's the striking part of it. That someone who comes in dying, you've done the first part of it, and then you know that this is a young guy that if that one is taken good care of, because you give it to the orthopedic surgeons, they have the way they do it. When we get to the ward, you see people having some meters, external fixators, because they have broken limbs with wounds. So normally they pull those meters and they have access to treat the wound, so that the people will be safe. And it's somebody who said he was living. That bad wound, even to prevent tetanus prophylaxis that wanted to do, they said they will not take it. And they wrote the letter.
They won't take the injection?
Yes. So they wrote letter against it. And they left. So that's a painful part of it.
Okay.
The other ones too is that sometimes we are emotionally broken down, more especially when the end result is bad. And we've had very bad end results. Someone was knocked down by a motorbike, just on the Kolebu Road towards the fire service to Mankobi Post Office. Knocked down by a motorbike. Brought in. Motorbike accident. We're checking. The guy had the carotid artery severed. That's gone. Comes in. Really, he himself was the one even riding the motorbike. Comes in, severed. We tried all that we could. We couldn't save him.
It was too late.
It was too late. The point is that artery is like the main pipe supplying a house. The moment it's cut off, even if it happens within the hospital, very few of them survive it. Yes. Those are cases that need to go to theater straight and a lot to be done. Yes. It's a main blood supply vessel.
Okay. You spoke about blood in your submissions.
Yes.
Has there been a case, because I've heard so many people in their experiences in different hospitals saying that they needed blood and they had to get someone to donate before they even had the chance to, undergo surgery or anything they needed the blood for. Has that happened here, or does that happen here?
No, in our case, no, because we are an emergency unit. So you have the clinics. Probably at the clinics it has happened. So I cannot say in Kolebu it doesn't happen.
Yes, but I mean here at
in the emergency room it doesn't happen, because what happens is that whenever we make a request, they know where it's coming from the emergency. So if they have the blood, if only they have it, and in that particular group of that patient, they always give it to us. But the issue is that someone would need to go and donate. But the issue is that they don't sell blood, and there's nothing that can replace blood
except another person.
Except blood. So when they give you blood, at least it's also okay. You also make sure you also replace it so that the next person will also get some.
Okay.
So but for the emergency room, we don't have that problem.
Okay.
Unless they don't have it. Then now we have a lot of situations where they don't have. And they've been telling us that initially they were getting donations from institutions. Some are schools, churches. But because of COVID, the donations have gone down.
Okay.
All right. So through this means, we are pleading with organizations, groups that would like to donate in the name of Kolebu, and they can come and donate. And then we would have it.
How are you as a hospital liaising with authorities to ensure that the canker of road accidents is minimized or is dealt with in the country?
All right, so ours will be only to educate and advise. The law enforcement agencies will now have to take it up.
Okay.
So this is the male ward of the emergency. So this is really for orthopedics. It's not under emergency.
Okay.
But it's where most of our male patients come to. All right. So we'll see them lying here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So this is what I was telling you. You were asking about somebody has a big wound, whether you amputate or not. So this one tells you that the fracture, there's a fracture. The bone is broken, but there is a wound. An extensive wound at the site.
Okay.
So the way to treat it now is that they will put the metals and then have access to the wound. Now the metals are to hold both ends of the bone and then align them very well so that a new bone will form around it to heal it well.
Oh, okay.
But once you do that, the soft tissue, there's a wound there. So you need to care for the wound. So now from time to time they have a schedule when they open the wound and dress them. So this morning, have you had your dressing this morning?
No.
Yesterday. Okay, I think his was dressed just this morning. Yeah, so that's what they do it.
So
they
how
have a
long does a patient with a wound like this, for instance, stay in the hospital?
No, really, the point is some of the patients, depending on the nature of the wounds, may need antibiotics that will go IV through the vein.
Okay.
That person can't go home. Now, when they realize the wound is healing well, and then now they are comfortable that, okay, patient can go home, the medication will now be oral. So the antibiotic now, he doesn't need to take the IVs because the wound looks okay. Patient is educated. The family will be there to support the patient because the worst thing that can happen to any team is that after you fixed all this, patient goes home and this whole thing breaks down. Goes to work on it, doesn't have any family support. So on social issues, if there's a social issue, the patient won't go home early. Other than that, the moment they realize that your wound can heal well even when you are taking oral medications, you have family support, and there's a place to dress the wound. In most of the cases, they even ask them to come back here to dress, depending on the distance they have to take. Mostly, they like handling the wounds themselves because they don't want a situation where you go elsewhere and then someone will go and mismanage the wound, then the whole thing will break down. And so then they give them a time to come back for dressing. So it depends. Somebody will be here in just 2-3 days. They realize that this person can be managed from home well, is discharged. Someone will be here 2-3 weeks and still hasn't gone home. Yeah, so it's individualized, yes.
So before we get the permission to speak to them, you've been working on the ground, like you said.
Yes.
What are some of the things you think that people can donate to your ward to help facilitate the work you do?
All right, so to the emergency, people can come in, look at the types of beds we have. We have some particular types that are very good, and we have others that are not the best for the emergency. So beds will be one of them. All right. The monitor, I told you that patients at red, each patient is supposed to have a monitor, and we have it for almost all at red, but we still have spaces without monitors, cardiac monitors, that is fine. Ultrasound for emergency care, the department is trying to procure one now, which is a quality one, but if you have a second one, that will also be very good for us. Our resuscitation equipment, so we have a crash cart. That one has specifications, so if anyone would like to help us, at least they can contact us and we tell them what the crash cart is, what it contains. Okay. Yes, our ambu bag, which will be part of the resuscitation equipment. Yeah, I think that would be okay for us.
Okay. You know, accidents happen and victims are helpless on the spot before they even get people to help them. Can you tell me what, not eyewitnesses, but the individual himself or herself, what you can do to stop your, case from getting worse before you get people to help you.
All right, so the issue is this. There's an accident. In everything that you do in emergency, your safety is number one. So where we are standing now, talking, doing this interview, if you realize that it's not safe, we need to get out. If there's somebody who needs care, and then you are going to give care to that person in the first place, you have to check and see if the scene is safe for you. If it's not safe for you, you have to make sure it gets safe before. So, same thing I will tell them. Somebody has an accident. It's for example, a mass accident. The vehicle still has this fuel, the petrol, in there. Anything at all can happen. It's better you move. If you can move yourself away from the scene, move yourself away a bit. Forget about what belonging you have in that vehicle, because it can catch fire at any time. And if you happen to be amongst all that are there, maybe yours is, let's say, your finger that has a problem, so you can stand and help others. If you have more knowledge, and then if people start coming in now, then you will now have to be telling them what to do for each person. But the best thing to do at that point, if you can make a call, you call. Now if you call 112, it goes to emergency unit. If you call 191, 192, 193. So 191 I think goes to the police, 192 to fire service, and 193 to national ambulance service. Any of these lines that you call, or you just call 112, it goes to a central emergency unit. At least they are able to coordinate and then get help to that scene. Yes. Forget about property and see how best you can save yourself. And if you are able to save other people too, that is fine.
All right. Thank you so much,
You're
Doc.
welcome.
We'll be speaking to Dr. Henry Bully. He is the emergency medicine specialist and clinical coordinator here at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. He's taken us round. He's told us what they do here on a typical day. And subsequently, we'll be speaking to some of the victims to hear their experiences and lessons, possible lessons they've learned from any of these experiences. Until we meet in the next edition, thank you for joining us. And my name is Wanda Amihegan.
Last week, we brought you the first part of the story of the 90-plus-year-old Nana Timothy Ayekusi, even as he shared a story of how he got to Center College in the United States of America. This week, he brings us some history lessons as well as tradition. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We'll bring you the details after this short breather. Like most fathers, Nana tells us about his children and what they are currently involved in.
We have 5 children. Adwa is a seamstress, married, living in London. Kojo was working at retired at Apex Bank, and then Abra was married, and then is working now. He worked with the bank and now working with the herbal company. The nephew is in the US, and then Bafo, the last one, is finished his doctorate degree at the University of Ghana. Currently, I've been employed at Central University. So 5 children, 2 boys and 3 women.
In 1980, his private life would come to a protracted end after he was nominated for a chieftaincy position. He narrates the ins and outs, the ups and downs of that period until 2016 when he abdicated the seat.
Whilst working at the PZ Cousins in 1980. I was nominated, and then I was sworn in as a divisional chief of APA, and this is within the Mambon, Asante Mambon traditional area. It's not a full-time job, so I would visit on occasions like Akwasidai, and then attend monthly council meetings, and sometimes when you are put on a judicial council, you spend some time to do adjudicate. So most of the time, organizations and institutions understand that chiefs may have to leave from time to time and then do their chieftaincy business. So this is what happened. It wasn't full time, but you go at Akwasidai especially, which falls on 40 days, every 40 days. And then at specified times for Debas at the Paramountcy and then at St. Mike Council level, and then to attend important meetings. So it's not that involved, but it's so structured that whilst you are not there, there's somebody to take care of. I abdicated in 2016 after a protracted litigation. And since then, I've been a private person. Yes. Some of the chiefs had problem with the paramount chief on issues about accounts, traditional setup, and some other important issues. Then he also set up judicial committees to distill some of us, including the chief of Egura, the Akwamuhine, the senior linguist, yes.
At 90 plus years, Nana Kusi surely has things he considers his achievements. And here they are.
One of them is when I gained admission to attend the Ekropon Presbyterian Training College in 1948. We had done the examination, Stand 7 examination, and at that time there was no common entrance. You have to choose the school yourself. I chose Adisade College, which I passed, and then Akropong Training College. Akropong was £18 a year, and Adisade was £22 a year. My class teacher advised my father that you send me to Adisade. That would give me a broader base. But the catechist advised my father that by going to the training college, becoming a teacher, I'll one day become a priest. My father then, a presbyter, decided that I should go to the training college. Well, I have no choice. But I was so happy because I was the first from my school, Jamasi Senior School, to attend the training college. And the first of my town to attend the training college. And so the mere fact that I was attending college was a very great moment. It was an opportunity given me. The other one is also when I had a communication that I've gained admission to go to Kentucky State College in the U.S. I had then been appointed as an assistant education officer, and I was going to government transport to for transportation to carry my luggage to BBN to start work. Then I suddenly had a admission letter, and that was another happy moment in my life. But I can say that there are several of them, and I think that from time to time I've been lucky by His blessings that incidents in my life have been so great.
Challenges? Well, yeah, he's had his own share too, but even more interesting are the twists in some of his moments.
The first challenge that I had to confront was a decision to leave Labour Brothers. I had worked with good record at the marketing department, and I was also working effectively at the HR, Human Resource Department. One time, I was called by the MD, and to answer why I have engaged 6 of my relatives. Well, there was some kind of conspiracy going on in all organizations. Sometimes you get these struggles, political, and you know, like somebody, one Mr. Dalton in the U.S. Wrote a book, Men Who Manage, and in that book he describes a whole lot of informal struggles that are going on the ladder and the management. And that was the first ever thing that happened to me. I was working happily, and I had to be confronted. It happened that they were not true. There were two of my relatives working there. The first one was when even I wasn't at the company that he was recruited and given an appointment in accounts department. The other one happened to be a driver who was then stationed at Takwa and who was interviewed and recruited by the level. In Liverpool we have levels. The level was the industrial relations manager's level, and all appointments are recommended and then signed by the MD before appointment letters are issued. I wasn't involved in that. Then the third one happened to be a gentleman from Kibi in the Eastern region. The fourth one happened to be a gentleman from Eastern region, Akwamu, not related to me. In fact, the MD, after all those, found out that they were not true. But I consulted a few senior managers in the organization, and then I decided to leave.
He remembers the events of the Second World War and shares some of his experiences of that era.
It was very momentous. That was in 1957, 6 March. I was a member of the planning committee in Mampong. We had, in the committee, we had people from St. Andrews Training College, Mampong Trade School, and also from the Chieftaincy setup to plan the events in Mampong, the celebration. All along, when I was in Standard 6, there was the upheaval in town. All lorries coming from Kumasi were stopped and searched to find out whether passengers were carrying European goods. That was the boycott. In fact, in Standard 7, the Catholic school came over to us, to the Presby, and said that all the schools in Ghana are going on strike. And in fact, students from Adisadel, from the town, students from Achibota, Adisadel, Fansipim, especially in the Cape Coast, had returned home. They are not going to school. So the Catholic seniors came to the Presby to discuss with us to go on strike. But whilst doing this, the school authorities found out that it was wrong, and that we were punished for attempting to to send the school on strike. So I saw through the boycott. I saw through the Watson committee, and then Watson report. Then whilst I was in training college, the Kusi committee was set up to draw a constitution for Ghana, and I was at the training college in 1950 when Nkrumah was released. So I followed Ghanaian development of Ghanaian politics. When Nkrumah became the first leader of the government business, and then whilst teaching at Sunyani Odomasi, I participated in the elections of 1954. And so Ghana becoming independent, the development, I saw through all that. So it was March 6, 1957 was a turning point when Ghana became, independent from the British. Yes. And I also saw the mobilization of soldiers for the war, the British, the Second World War. In fact, about 28 or 30 youth, young men from my town. Only one did not return. All of them returned. They went to Burma and to fight. And yes, and so the uprising, the participation of the soldiers in the struggle, I saw all of them, and I also saw, after independence, the opportunities that were open to us, especially teachers. Many students who had finished the secondary school gained scholarships. For us teachers, opportunity was given to us to do further studies.
Nana Kusi says that a good home training for anybody is needed, but is quick to add how poorly our traditional systems have broken down in that regard.
Today, the enthusiasm that used to be there seems to be waning. There are opportunities, of course, with the limitations that we have, but the kids are not. But I can see, I've learned one thing. It's no matter where you originate. Home-based training, rich home, poor home. If you go through the system well, you will rise to the height. But now, the traditional system is broken down, marriages is broken down, we were following our father's trade. If your father was a farmer, the chances that you will become a farmer. Now, the youth are no more going to farming, which was the traditional, the base for training. If your father was a carpenter, the chances that you become a carpenter. If you're a farmer, now They are left in the streets, selling but it's not their fault. We need to channel, we need to develop avenues, institutions to give them training so that they can benefit from that.
He also worries that a lot of societal structures have broken down.
But my worry is that we lacked in our development efforts. In 1967, we were about 6 million. Now we are 30. When we finished the training college, they were then about 4 or 5. Akropong Training College, Wesley College, St. Monica's Training College, and then St. Augustine's Training College, and then Achimota Training College. You had your station before you left the, yes, and you had appointment. You were on time at the reopening, and your salaries, even though they were paid through the church, through the local managers, we were receiving our salaries on a regularly. Today, it's not so. So we need to do more social systems. The social welfare need to set up. And I remember in Nkrumah's time, the First Republic, during the First Republic, we had mass education, we have community development, and have the social welfare, all going on at the same time. Illiterates were being educated in the evenings by teachers, and the communities were mobilized to do certain things like community centers and so on and so forth, communal labor, to building schools, building streets, building this and that and that and that. And that. Today you don't see these voluntary things being done.
What then does he love to eat, and what things does he do to keep fit?
Every morning I take 30 minutes walk around the meridian and then come back. All along you see people eating. Gari, wache, and well, in our time we eat from home, but now there are all kinds of foods on the street being sold. How they were prepared, nobody knows. Diet is very important. There has been a change in my diet. I eat more vegetables now. I eat less fufu. I drink a lot of water, and I take my medication also seriously. The herbs these days. Even yesterday, I learned from someone that the mango leaf, the fresh one, is very healthy, full of nutrients. So when it comes to the local herbs and local medicines, the ginger and the black pepper and all those things, I have I have them. We have them in stock. So diet is very important, and exercise. Sometimes it's difficult, but at least Monday, yesterday, and today, I do 30 minutes walk around. So diet is very important, and the good Lord, prayer every morning, where we've been giving that training from childhood. My father every morning at the training college, we were having devotion first before even we go to. So that's been part and parcel of us, that you pray to God, and then you try to abstain yourself from all the unwanted things and so on and so forth.
Here's what Nana Kusi wishes for Ghana and its growth as a nation.
I will say that first they need to respect their parents, their elders, listen to their advice, and then their teachers, and also take advantage of situations that come in their way. Respect for everything, respect for education, respect for the programs that they have, and then follow them up. I take pride, and I hope that Ghana progresses to the highest. By the enthusiasm that we used to have in the First Republic, I don't see now. It looks as if we lost our balance. The military coming in, and all those corruption and all those happening. Look, how can we have destruction like these things going on? I'm a absentee farmer. I started farming during my teaching days. The First Republic saw many initiatives. But you know, with the coup d'etats and ambitions and the corruption, these had been our problem. These have been our problem. And we need to change our minds. Yes, fix it. But we all need to fix, that call is very nice, a very nice call.
One of his children shares some wonderful words of his father with us.
Growing up, we didn't share a lot of time together because he was a consultant and he used to move around a lot. As I said, he's really a corporate man, and the few times he would stay at home, the bonding is not that much, but anytime we have to meet, anytime we need to sit and talk, that thing comes, we able to gel along, we're able to cope together. He's not a typical type who will draw you close. You have to get close to him. What he doesn't joke with his academics. When you're the son or daughter, he doesn't expect anything less from you. You have to put in your best. And so he spends a lot of time and resources on making sure you get the quality education you need. And so throughout my school days, I never was asked school fees. Once school reopens, it is paid. You don't have a problem with school fees. It is sorted out for you. And he expects that you do whether he's around or he's not around. I think he's charismatic. He will speak less. He will guide you less. but his presence will put you in line. You wouldn't have that opportunity to misbehave when he is around. Very strict, a disciplinarian. I think he started off as a teacher, so that lifestyle of putting kids on track, making sure they are doing what is right, he has it, and he knows when to discipline you and when to just let you go. But anytime he sees you going wrong, he won't let you go. He won't let you go. So he will reprimand you, either through talking or he will use a cane. And he always say this: I don't know why it's a watch. This is a wine. So he always expects you to know what is right to do it, and he will not take anything mediocre from you. I remember when we were kids and we vacated and he's around, you call all of us one after the other with our seminar reports, and he will look at it. I don't know where you are there. I don't know where you say. I don't know where you say. Today, obey improve. What do we do? So in that way, he tries to correct you, know your problems, know where you fall short, and what he can do to actually help you. But that is that kind of person who would always give you direction and think his direction is quite final. So sometimes I have a few, disagreements with him. We do that a lot. I remember when I was very young and I was growing up, we could travel from here to Kumasi and nobody talks, because I feel when I talk, you will disagree. So in order to avoid us talking and arguing about things, I keep quiet, you also keep quiet, we just move and we go. But after I grew up, after finishing first degree, did my master's, I just realized that that is his style of putting you on track. I remember when I finished school and I thought I was going to do master's. I said, what kind of master saying? And one of them I said, what did you do? It didn't buy, I enjoy being good. By implication, they will say, then you are going again to do a master's. At least wait and use it small before you go and do a master's. So I disagreed. I said, no, I want to be a lecturer. In my field, master's is nothing. I need to be finish the master's to go and do my PhD. So I don't think I will settle for just a master that I have to work with it. I can't. How can I teach students if I want to be a lecturer and I have just a first degree? That's not possible. We disagreed on that, and he got angry and left. I didn't say anything. I started. After I started for a year, he realized I started. He came back. Now I don't want one can jam me. I told you, but you're not too happy with it. But then Then he went to report me to my senior brother. So my brother called me to his office, asked me what's the problem. I explained to him, I said, well, I should understand one thing. And that's what I've kept at the back of my mind. I should understand one thing. He is gone now. Anything that involves money, that involves you going to mosque, he sees it as risk taking. So, and at his age, he doesn't like taking risk. So he would tell me that anytime I want to do anything, I should take the first step, do it, and when I'm halfway through, I tell him. That way, because I've started and I'm doing well, I don't have a problem. But as soon as you tell him that I want to do this, he sees that risk, and so he'll counsel you to moderate in your risk taking. And if you're not careful, you will abandon what you want to do just because he said he won't, or he doesn't actually go with what you want to do.
Today, we brought you some history lessons, and we are glad that the story of Nana Timothy Ayekusi has brought you some inspiration. On this week's edition of The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We hope that you join us once again in our next episode as we bring you inspiring stories of personalities doing great things in this life. Remember to follow us on all social media sites. It's at The GhanaWeb, and also follow us and subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is GhanaWeb TV. There's more news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. Do stay safe and be kind to one another.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Yes. At the top. I beg, don't. Let me get the plate. Then make it. You go pay fine of 2,500. Justice. This one is close from 2,000. You know this guy no do. All right, so we are back on the road this week for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, which is a year-long activity marking the 22nd anniversary of GhanaWeb, and today we are on the Kaneshie stretch, just around the STC head office here at Kaneshie, and we are with the compliance team from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the DVLA, and also personnel of the Motor Traffic and Transport Unit, MTTU, yes, here in Accra. Also today, what we're going to do is that we're going to speak to Mr. Courage, who is from the compliance unit of the DVLA, and he'll give us a brief of what today's activity is going to focus on. So we'll go to Mr. Doe and then get his brief on what it is that we are looking out for today. Mr. Doe, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's go straight to it. What's the focus of today's exercise?
It's the same thing that we have been doing normally. It's just about the checking of roadworthy stickers. And the good news is that we've gotten a gadget that has everybody details on the gadget. That is the vehicle details of each car, and then you also have the licenses. Everybody detail is there. So every license has a unique number. We key in and it brings out the detail. If you have done the, validation, it's pop us. If you have not done it, we ask you to do it, or we take a spot fine from you. And that of the cars, the customer's car, we put in the details, and it brings out even the car owner, it brings out its name and everything that we want about that particular car.
All right, so that means that this system is to make your work easier. That means that the whole country has been logged into this system.
Yeah, exactly. Every place, wherever we go, we just check, we put in the car number. Everybody details is in here. All cars, their details in here that we can do anything we want to do with it at a particular time.
All right, so we noticed this car has been stopped. This is a customized vehicle. We were supposed to get into that later, but it seems this has been stopped, and I noticed there was a particular concern. This is customized. Why have you stopped him? What's the issue?
The concern is we stopped him some time ago at when we went for one of our outrages, and we went back to the office. We come through all our system. We realized that it is not in the system. So today we are going to charge him. We'll pound the car. We'll send it to our office, and then we'll hand him over to the authority. We don't give it to the police because this particular customized number is very expensive. So when we get you on the road, we take a spot fine of 2,500 from you. So we are not going to allow him to go. We'll take the car, we'll send it to the office and hand it over to the authority.
But how is that even possible? Because I see that this is actually from the DVLA. This is the block number plate. How is it possible that he he went around the system?
In the system, the car has been registered. So it means he gave it to maybe those Goro guys out there, and then they didn't do the correct documentation for him. They just went behind and then cut a plate and put his initials there. That is what they've done for this particular car.
So apart from those, is there a reason, I wonder, why we on the Kaneshi stretch today? Any particular reason we are on this side of town today of all days?
Yeah, today, particularly this morning, we are looking for some specific cars that have escaped our route. And we know that this Kaneshi road is a very busy road. And so we believe definitely these cars will be passing here today. This is one of the cars that we've gotten. This is one of the cars that we've gotten. And we believe those cars that were able to swerve out today will get them on this particular place. Because this is a very busy road.
Okay. All right, so this is still GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. We are on the Kaneshi stretch, just around the STC head office here at Awudome, to be precise. And we are with the compliance team of the DVLA. As you just heard from Mr. Courage, though, the focus is to get vehicles like the one that's just been impounded, vehicles that have stylish number plates, also ensure that many road users are complying to the directives or the rules and regulations that have to do with our roads. My name is Eche Atisu. We'll be bringing you more visuals from what's going on here on the Kaneshi Highway here in Accra. This car has just been stopped. What's the situation with this particular one? What's happening?
Yeah, this car, this is about physical convention.
Physical convention?
Yeah, physical convention. Normally, the car is something like a bear bar. So he's supposed to come to DVLA to rectify it, and then we'll give him the dimension, what he's supposed to put on. We arrested him on the 1st of June. Then we give him a prohibition note to go and fix it up, come to the office so that we do the correct documentation for him. He never came, and today look at the time, he never came. So this one, this particular one, we are going to take him to the office. We'll take him to the office, we'll ask the owner of the car to come and do the necessary documentations.
This means that this is the second time?
Exactly, this is the second time that we have, we've gotten to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that, but I wonder, because a lot of these manufacturing and big companies have these kinds of vehicles. What is the DVLA's stance on vehicle conventions? Is that, what's the word?
Physical convention.
The physical conventions. What kind of processes? Can you take us to exactly what these companies can do to get their vehicles to this point?
Yeah. Normally, when they are coming to register the car, they bring it bare. Now, if you want to do what we call the physical convention, when you are coming, you have to put the container on it. The officer will inspect the car and then do the necessary documentation for you. But when they are bringing the car, they just bring it like that. After the registration, then they go back to put the container on the car. That is the problem. So I would advise them, when you have the intention of converting your car, come to us, bring the car, bring the document, we'll be able to do it for you. Then you are free on the road.
But is this something, I just want to speak for people like this.
Yeah.
Is this something that they know about, that if I need a vehicle to be converted eventually into something like this, like a truck, mini truck, I would need to come with a vehicle already converted so that the DVLA properly takes down these details for them? Is this something that these drivers know?
Yes, they are aware, because you can't tamper with the original's manufactured handiwork. That is what the man has done. So the law says when you want to tamper with it, come back to DVLA, then rectify it for you. But if you take your own wheel and do it, we'll arrest you and then we'll force you to do it. And this one, you pay what you call delinquency penalty for not coming to DVLA to do it before putting it on it. Not a soft copy of the license. Temporary license. You can bring the temporary license here. Not on the phone. Chief, LI, Legislative Instrument 2180, Regulation 47. Yes. I'm putting it to you. Let the military man go. I'm putting it to you. Yes, it states that a person shall, while driving a motor vehicle, have original copy of the driver's license. That is the statement of the law. We are here to enforce, and we are not making the laws. We are only here to enforce. So Regulation 47, you can refer to LI 2180. Regulation 47, and you read more about it. You can't show us. But the law requires you should have the original. Very good. So that will depend. I'm coming. You are quoting the law. I'm not quoting the law. Relax. That's the reason why I have it. It's not like relax. I'm just telling you that, look, I just called the DVLA. I just called somebody from DVLA. We have holograms on the driver's license we give to you, and we check them on the road. You have what? We have holograms. But this is a car I'm going to register. Forget about going to register. It's not a car registered, and I don't have a license. Driver's license. That's what I'm saying. That I'm telling you that a temporary license, it doesn't have a back. I want to show you that this is it. When you forward it to me, it doesn't make sense. You are not just there to arrest people. With the law is to be enforced.
I am not arresting.
Let me tell you something.
I am not arresting, but I'm using my discretion.
From the
yes,
police so
if you want to interview, let's
get
for interview.
Everybody.
So let's just stick to it now. What is your challenge now?
My challenge is that I have a car, registered car. My license happen to be another car. This is an unregistered car. I am going in there to go and value the car and go and do the registration process. Unfortunately, I don't have a license with me now. You have called for the license. I've called my wife. There is another line. Show me. It's even a temporary license which doesn't have the back. That's the reason why they will not accept the original one.
because there is a back and there is a date and there is an expiry date for all the licenses. This is a temporary license which has been given to me. As we speak now, it's not with me. I'm driving an unregistered car with a DVLA license, and this is a DVLA man. He understands all this.
All right, let me just hold you there for a while. Your understanding of the law, I've heard that part. Let me hear from the DVLA. What is the DVLA stance on what he has said? Has he interpreted the law as it is?
Yeah, the law requires you should have the original hard copy of the license while driving. So when you refer to the laws DVLA use, that is the LI, the Legislative Instrument 2180, you refer to Regulation 47. It states categorically about a person driving a motor vehicle. And it goes like this: a person shall, while driving a motor vehicle, have the original hard copy of the driver's license along with him.
So he says he has a temporary license. What about that? And he has it on his phone.
I heard him explaining something about the provisional license. Yes, he's explaining that it's because the card itself is due expiry. There's no need for the temporary license to have front and back. That is what he said. But he has also forgotten that on the temporary license, we have issue date on it, and we have expiry date also on the temporary license. Yes.
So does it mean that you are waiting to see his temporary license now, and then be able to tell whether indeed he can still be driving with that? Because I see that beyond that, this car is not registered. Yeah. And he raised concerns about that. The fact that he's yet to go have this vehicle.
I am going to value it as we speak.
Okay.
I mean, you can sit in a car.
So how about that? How about
yes,
that case?
We don't have a problem with him. We don't have a problem with him driving unregistered car, because from all instances, this is the booklet. It is valid. It will be expired tomorrow. You understand? So we don't have a problem about the unregistered car. Okay. But you can't be driving unregistered car at the same time driving without your driver's license.
Tell us the solution now. What is going to happen with him?
Yes,
because
so
he has a case.
We'll wait on him. They should send the temporary license, we inspect, and then we also validate, we check, we authenticate the license to see if it is a genuine license.
Does that work for you?
Yes. He also mentioned that in a law, when you are supposed to provide 24 hours, you have 24 hours, but he can use his discretion. And I'm saying that I'm not the enforcer of the law, he's the enforcer of the law. But if you have a point, that is to say that you have a genuine explanation. Of course, you expect that they are level-headed people who can interpret and use their discretion. And my point is that this is an unregistered car. We are in front of valuation, and that is where I'm going. It will not take us 1 minute to get there. He can sit in a car and he knows that I've taken money. I'm going to value the car. From there, I'll go there and go and register the car. If I'm driving a registered car and I don't have the license, you have a point. And I'm saying that it is just because it's a new car, I move it, which happened to everybody. I just put this car, I come to register. That's why the license is on the other car. I can show you from the WhatsApp. My wife, give it to me. And use a discussion.
Right, so I get to that. Now the DVLA is going to allow you to present your temporary license, and then I think that we can take it from there.
Yes, but I still want him to understand that. Brother, I still want him to understand that ignorance of the law has no excuse. Whether you are entering here to evaluate the car, or you are going wherever, with ignorance of the law has no excuse. So once you are held liable to the law, you have to calm down. Right. We are not here to fight drivers and car owners on the road. Right. We are only here to educate, you understand, and also ensure safety and sanity on the road.
All right. Thank you. So this is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Like I mentioned, this is a year-long campaign from GhanaWeb as we celebrate 22 years of existence. And we are on the Kaneshi Road. We are just in front of the Awudome Cemetery, also right in front of the STC yard here in Accra. We'll still bring you some visuals even as we go on. As the compliance team from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority check vehicles on the roads to ensure that they are compliant with the law.
But how do you know? Yeah, hello, sir, Mr. Make a scene, sir. No, they check. Yes, the reason why you were stopped is because you have tinted the car all around. You have tinted the windscreen, the front windscreen, which is against the laws. That's the LI 2180. It said that you cannot tint your front windscreen. We have to see you to be seen. The law says to see to be seen. So you should be able to see me. I'm supposed to see when you roll. And it's 70% transmittancy. This is more than that. So you have overly tinted the vehicle. I just verified your license. I'm not getting results on your license too, sir. I verified your roadworthy is the new. The vehicle belongs to Auto Plaza Limited. Yes, but your license, no, I can't find the data on it. So that's the information I'm passing on.
Can you give us a better understanding of why the tint is not supposed to be in the front shield?
Yeah. Even the tint is not supposed to be in the what do you call it? The two front glasses.
Okay.
Why? Because the officer, the police officer, is supposed to see the person who is driving the car. I mean, you can tint it, but 70% of it must be visible so that somebody far off will know this is the man or a woman that is driving the car. And then look at it, this can even cause an accident. And it's very dark. When it rains heavily, what will happen? This man cannot see through the windscreen and he will call an accident on the road.
That means that there's never a point where any vehicle can have such a tint?
No, you can't do it in Ghana here.
Not even for even security vehicles?
For security reasons, you can do it behind, but in front, no, you can't do that. You are a Ghanaian. So you're not going to get a Ghana license.
I actually just got my passport.
Yeah. You have to come to the office, then you rectify to give you a Ghana license. Then anytime you come in.
This is the first time anyone mostly when the cops.
We are from DVLA. So
yes, sir. I do a bit.
Yeah, and that's what you are talking about. So, let me give you my number. You come and then we'll take you to the police service. Okay. Then you get it done for you.
Yes, please. I'll do that today.
Yeah.
Mr. Courage, let's get some further clarification. I saw that you had a fruitful conversation with him.
Yeah. He
sounded quite cooperative and all of that. Tell us, what was it that you stopped him for? And all the education, I noticed you said something about the passport and having a license. Help us with all of those.
Yeah. He's supposed to, he's having a foreign license, but he's a Ghanaian. He's not an American license. And normally, when you have the American license, you are supposed to come to DVLA for us to do convention for you to have the Ghana license. But he came in yesterday. He's having a 2 weeks duration for you to turn up to DVLA. And then when I walked through the license and what he showed me, it means he came in only yesterday. So maybe he's having about 30 days for him to come to DVLA for us to ratify it for him.
Okay. All right. So it's easy to have a passport and then easily get a license. That's what it is.
Yeah, if you have a genuine license from US, and then a Ghana license, we'll do what we call convention for you.
Ghana passport.
Ghana passport. We'll do what we call convention for. For example, if he were to be having what we call a US license without a Ghana passport, that is where we ask of the permit. Maybe the person is visiting Ghana. He's going to stay here for at least 1 year. He's not a Ghanaian, but he needs a Ghana license. Then we ask of your permit and all the necessary documents from what we call customs. Then immigration. Then we'll be able to do the convention for instantly within 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, boss. We are from GhanaWeb. This is one of our road projects actually. It's called GhanaWeb Road Safety. Okay. I noticed after he spoke with you, you were very appreciative. You said something about how this is the first time you've been stopped by anybody. Can you just, what was it? How did you take what happened today, and then what would you want to tell other road users?
Well, honestly speaking, I do have an idea on what I need to do once I get in the country. And I think back in 2012, with the US license, we had, I think, 3 months or something to drive, and then you get a license. So mostly, you know, we do meet up with the policemen, and I mean, we know what they do. So most of the times, they don't educate you on what you really need to do or the process. But today, you know, meeting up with the DVLA, he basically gave me all the steps and what needs to be done. So I do appreciate that.
All right.
Mostly, we go by somehow with whatever, you know, they want. So I do appreciate, you know, the information he gave me today. And I think if everyone is willing to go through the process, I mean, we will all make our road safe, and also Ghana will be, you know, a better place for all of us to stay. Because when we come back home, we do want peace. We do want safety. Safety is one of the most important things, because we all want to go back when we do come, you know. We just come for vacation, we want to go back. Ghana is home, that's why we keep coming. So let's follow, you know, the rules and regulations of the road, and make Ghana safe for all of us.
All right. Is there any?
It's not picking.
What? The system is not picking?
It's not picking. So there's something wrong with it. It's supposed to pick and bring the details of the DV plate to me. I said I will check whether it is authentic or not, but this one you can realize that it's not picking. So we'll ask you 1 or 2 questions to find out where he bought it, and then we'll take it from there.
Let's see if we can hear what's going on.
Boss, good morning. I'm going to even who told me? Kumansi. Kumansi Ainva. What the man know what about? Any system move. I know what you are talking. Yes, I know that sometimes. Yeah, exactly. I know that you might not know. You might not know. That is why our advice is that next time, what you do, you go there yourself. You don't live here at Kumasi. I know that it is time. You don't have, but when you don't have time, you always have problem. Am I telling like? So quickly, what do? You go there DVLA from the beginning of the year. So you pay what we call delinquency. You pay a penalty to DVLA. That is what we do. And then after paying the penalty, we'll take the plate off, and then maybe we'll direct you to DVLA 37 for you to buy the genuine one to fix it up. That's the only thing. That is the only help that we can give you.
Thank you. Okay. All the best, sir.
Thank you.
But then tell us how you've seen this whole exercise, because the idea is to ensure that road users are doing the right thing. How have you seen the exercise, and were you too bothered when the DVLA stopped you in the first place?
Oh, actually, I was even shocked and surprised that I bought this car with the whole thing like tinted. Yeah, so when they stopped me, they check everything is fine. I'm allowed to go, but they say because of the tinted, I'm charged or like
charge you?
Yeah, they will charge me. So me, I don't know. So I was pleading with them that they say they are friendly, so I should go and see the officer so that they will give me a receipt. And I have to, yes sir. I have to obey the rules then to, make sure everything is
But I
fine.
see that so far you've sorted this out. You are just about to drive away. What would you say about the exercise?
Oh, actually, Ghana Police and the DVLA, you are doing your best to help the community, and I am praying to God that God will give you wisdom, knowledge, so that you can feel help us always, then we move on. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you speaking to us. Thank you. Hey, all your people are coming. Let's wrap up today.
Yeah.
We know it's been a long morning. We are still here actually, but then let's just do a summary of all the things we've done today. How has the exercise gone? Testing your device as well. How has that been for you? Tell us.
Yeah. The new device has been so helpful. We're able to we are able to text or check about about 15 licenses, and we found out that almost all of them were in the system, and then out of the car too, we're able to check them, and then all the details of the car owner, where even the car owner is, they are all there. We were able to get all of them. So the device has been helpful. So we asked the authority to extend the buying of the devices to other regions. That is our district office and that of the regional offices, whereby they also do their work diligently on the road.
All right. Today, did we face any particular challenges?
The only challenge that we face is the tinted cars. But as we talk to them, they understand, and then they are able to pay whatever we ask them to pay. That is the delinquency. We remove it and then we ask them to pay. Yeah.
We noticed today too, we didn't see a lot of stylish number plates. Is it because of the location, or what do you think is the reason?
Yeah. About 2 weeks ago, when we also hit the road, normally the stylish number plates are normally found around East Legon. But these days, it has come down drastically because of the education from GhanaWeb and other TV stations. The media is doing very well, and then the media is advising the people to do it, and so they've done it, and it has come down drastically.
Yeah. What will be your parting words before we leave you today?
I will advise the drivers and then all our clients that if they need anything, they should try as much as possible to come to our customer service. They ask questions, and I'm sure they'll be able to be sorted out. Those that are in need and they want the thing to be done within 1 hour, they should come to what we call the prestige services at our head office, whereby their licenses could be done, or it could be done within an hour for them.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That has been Mr. Courage Doe from the Compliance Unit of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the DVLA. And this has been GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign here from Awudome in Accra. And as part of GhanaWeb's 22nd anniversary, we want to bring issues of road carnages, we want to bring issues of on the roads, lighting issues, bad roads, what have you, whatever it is, get in touch with us. Follow us on all social media sites. It's at the GhanaWeb, and there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. My name is Eche. Do stay safe.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Welcome to the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. This is an external edition of the show, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, me Akwe Ismail Akwe. My name is Wanda Hagan. We are currently at the University of Ghana, Legon, and today we explore the subject of literacy in Ghana and where we are as a country. To help us do this, we have someone who is knowledgeable and an expert in his field. I'll tell you more about him when we return from this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. I am Wanda Hagan, and our guest today is Prof. Kofi Ejekum. He is the head at the Department of Linguistics here at the University of Ghana. Prof.
Okay, let me do a quick correction. I'm a professor here. I'm not the head.
Okay.
Our head is Dr. C.K. Appa.
Right.
Okay.
I like to call you Opinion from time to time.
No problem.
Thank you for allowing us into your office.
Thank you for thanking me.
Right. You have about 70 article journals and 15, books to your credit. You're a big man.
I'm not a big man.
How did you manage to get there?
Well, for me, writing is a passion. And I tell some of my colleagues, anytime I'm not writing, anytime I'm not engaged in a new article, I feel a little bit sick. So it means that I have to now do the best out of me, come and find out if I can get a new article to work on. So that's how I go about it.
Okay, but was it hard to get there?
Normally when you start as a beginner, it's not easy. Because especially when you are writing to international journals, their style of writing will be different from yours. When you send the articles are sent to reviewers, at least 2 reviewers, each with their comments. And when the comments come, but sometimes you get saddened by some of the comments they give. But you only have to persevere and strive. So at some point in time, you become used to some of the comments, you become used to the style of writing, especially formatting with regard to referencing is a very difficult area. But as you continue writing and you keep on writing, you master the field.
That's you talking about writing.
Yes.
But I mean, before you even got into writing, schooling and everything, I understand you entered the university at the age of 31.
Yes.
Which is a little bit unusual because usually people would come at a younger age.
Yes.
How was that for you?
For me, after elementary school, MSLC, do you understand that? Middle School Living Certificate.
Okay.
I had to go and do what we called people teacher. So I was a people teacher for 2 years before I entered training college. I didn't go to secondary school.
Oh, okay.
So my 4 year in teacher training, I trained myself to do self-tuition. And then I registered during my final year, because I wanted to aim high and move beyond the set A. So after that, I did my O-levels, and then I ventured into my A-levels. And then I had the opportunity to go to the School of Ghana Languages, at Jumakon, to do a 3-year diploma in Ghanaian languages. So after that, I had to teach for 3 years. Because to enter into any new field of studies, you have to enjoy study leave. Because I couldn't have done that without study leave. To enjoy the study leave, you might have taught at least for 3 years. So after training college, I taught for 3 years, entered a Jumakon, finished a Jumakon, and had to teach 3 years before coming to Legon. So that accounted for that.
Okay.
So for me, I was doing what I refer to as education by installments.
Okay. Okay.
You study a little, you go to work, and then you continue.
Okay. So that was a lot of education before you even entered the university?
Yes.
Okay, but talking about that age, usually people would say they find it difficult to continue because they couldn't start at an earlier age, and so they would rather forget education altogether. Do you think age should be a barrier?
Not at all. It's not a matter of determination. Quite recently, I think one of the ambassadors for South Africa, he graduated with a PhD. He's more than 70 years. So when it comes to education, there's no age barrier, unless you don't want to study.
Okay. Let's talk about Ghana and the subject of literacy.
Yes.
From where you sit, where do you think Ghana stands? Are we growing? Are we retrogressing?
I haven't done any scientific research into that, but I can say that it looks as if the reading habit is slowing down. And one of the reasons is that now students and pupils go to school and they are aiming at exams. They come here, they start asking, do you have PASCO? In those days when we were schooling, when the Ghana Education Service was sending books by the Ghana Book Supply, they were coming along with what we refer to as supplementary readers. So every school had that. And after school, or even within break, students are tasked to go and pick some of the books and read. I don't think these days we have that system. The libraries were filled with some of these books. How many districts have libraries? We have all kinds of newspapers. Now the newspapers are more political than helping the students. So that's one.
What was the supplementary book supposed to do?
They were supposed to complement the textbooks.
Okay.
Because the textbooks had chapter 1, chapter 2, with some exercises and drills. But the supplementary books were stories, fiction, prose, drama, poetry, to be added to what they were using as textbooks.
Okay.
They were all over. These days, the reading habit is more of what you call your technological age, where social media. And people prefer to read things on the social media rather than picking the books and reading from the books. That's also accounting for the low literacy rate.
But don't you, where do you think the problem comes in over there? Because, I mean, social media is attractive, more attractive to the youth. So isn't there a way people can put the habit of reading onto social media or transfer it into technology?
It's not habit formation. Because habit formation is by constant repetition.
Okay.
If you do something today, and you do it tomorrow, and you do it the next day, and you do it throughout the week, it becomes a habit. So if people are tuned to social media, and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read. So it's a matter of habit and how the attitude and how people tune their minds to.
So what you are saying is that literary pieces cannot be made in such a way that it attracts the youth?
Because I'm sure you're on social media.
Yes.
What's the longest thing that you'll be ready to read?
Not very long.
Not very long.
Yes.
So you are interested in reading this piece, tuning to the other piece, and finding out about a chief who has recently been fined, blah, 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 blah. You're interested in getting about 40 of them read on there, as compared to we putting Ama Atal Edu's book, the same platform for you. How many of your age group will go in for that?
Okay, so
if it is not a set book to be examined.
And how can that issue be solved? Because there needs to be a solution.
The solution will be, normally when people ask of solutions like this, I want to start from the home. That if every parent is ready to get books for the children and then imbibe that habit of reading in these children at their younger age, anytime you move out, you come with a book. you give it to them, you time them, that by the end of these 3 days, 1 week, you might have finished reading this book. The child will finish and ask, is there any other book? They are building up this habit in them. So then, if at some point in time, if you put these things there for them, they'll be ready to read. Because the reading habit, I can tell you, is dwindling. That's why even at areas of administration, somebody comes as an administrator and sees a pile of information, correspondence to go through the whole day. How many people will get the time to scrutinize every single sentence and check what their meanings and implications are before they append their signature? It's not a matter of reading habit. And even in Parliament, how many people get the opportunity to read all the things that they give to them before they give their comments? Even in meetings, everywhere, it could be Legon, it could be any other place. Before a meeting, they send the dossier, and sometimes they are packed like these ones. How many people get the opportunity to go through every single page so that they can make constructive contributions and criticisms at the meeting? So that's where we find ourselves.
Okay. Prof, is it enough to just read? Because, I mean, the literacy rate, according to data by World Bank data in 2020, has risen by 8%. But we find people who say they are literate moving around, and you see, for example, road signs, but they don't use this. It's not practical. Is it enough to just read?
It depends on how you want to read it. If you are just flipping the pages and you think, oh, I'm done, that's not reading. If you are reading and you want to get information, you read, you come back after 2 lines or 3 sentences to find out whether you have understood what you've read. And that if you are asked about what you have read, can you say, yes, I got A, B, C from that. It's not just reading things like newspapers where you have graphic 56 pages and within 5 minutes you are done. That's not reading.
Okay, so you read to understand.
You read to understand, and you read to acquire information and knowledge.
So where does practicality come in?
Practicality in terms of, if I'm reading something, and I do that a lot, I have all kinds of books. I'm reading to use the knowledge in writing an article. So the reading is serving a practical purposes. I'm getting information from these readings to be able to get informed knowledge to be able to write my article. So that's for a practical purpose. I call it pragmatic reading. I'm reading because I have a context in mind. I'm not reading just because I need to read. No.
Prof, let's hold it there. We'll be back to continue the conversation. This is still the lowdown, and we are having a conversation with Professor Kofi Ejekum. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is the lowdown. We are speaking with Professor Kofi Ejekum, and he's giving us an insightful background about the current state of Ghana's literacy. Prof.
Yes.
Where does language or linguistics come in as far as the subject of literacy is concerned?
So without linguistics, you can read. But linguistics is the science of every language. So the letters that you find in the books, in the written, the sounds that people pronounce, the connections between how the sounds are brought together to form the words, and how the words are strung together to form the sentences, and how the sentences are meant to give meaning, the semantic meaning, and how we want to find out whether this meaning is applicable in this context. They are all parts of linguistics.
Okay.
So all the things that we do here are about language.
Now, the general perception usually is that when people say you're illiterate, it means utebofo, or you speak very good English. But literacy, I suppose, doesn't only have to do with English language. It has to do with other languages. So where does local language come in?
So anytime people say literacy is the ability to read and write, I always want to ask them, ability to read and write what? And the perception is ability to read and write English, which is a fallacy. Does it mean that anybody who is not an English speaker, somebody coming from Japan, and you can read fluently and write fluently in Japanese language, and then write so well in Chinese language, is that person not literate? I think that definition given by people who are Anglo-centric should be put aside. And if we are looking at literacy, it's ability to read and write a language or languages. Then all languages can be factored into that definition. So if you look at that, then if somebody can read and write any of the Ghanaian languages, that person is literate in that specific Ghanaian language. So we are going to get literates in Ewe, literates in Kasem, literates in Ga, literates in Akan.
Okay.
All the aspects of Akan. So that's how we have to look at literacy. So there are some people who are literate in English, but illiterate in their own Ghanaian languages.
Yeah.
And that's a shame. I don't know whether you are one of them. I don't know. But people pride themselves because they are literate in English. And they don't feel ashamed they are illiterate in their own languages.
Illiterate meaning even though they can speak, they can't write.
They can't write, they can't read.
Okay.
Just go to the church and give the Ga Bible, Nzima Bible, or Tree Bible to some people who are scholars with PhD, whether some of them can read. So they are literate in English, fine, but they are illiterate in their own languages.
Okay.
And they are not bothered about that. They rather tease people who can read in their own languages and cannot read English.
In English.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But we are all the same.
Right.
We are all literate in one language and illiterate in other languages.
Okay.
That seems to be the issue.
Right. So when we talk about languages, it's a broad subject because there are different languages. But when we speak about local languages, and especially in connection with you, it appears you have decided to focus more on the Akan language.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a particular reason, and what piqued your interest in the Akan language?
Because first and foremost, I might have told you that I did O-level Ghanaian language. I've done A-level Akan, and I did diploma in Akan.
Okay.
So at least I have a strong background in the language. And I've also done research on mother tongue education and what it can offer to mankind.
Prof, before you continue, I mean, you did all these things you've mentioned in the Akan language.
Yes.
Why not any other language? Why Akan?
Because first and foremost, that is my mother tongue.
Okay.
And people think naturally in their mother tongue. So if you are learning your own language, it's easier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, because of the geographical areas that I found myself, it was not possible to learn other Ghanaian languages. Because I did my elementary education in Ashanti region, we speak Akan. I did my training college course in Bono, in Kransa. They also speak Bono, which is Akan. I don't need any interpreter between a Bono speaker and myself. And then I furthered my education in Central Region, Jumakon, where they also speak Akan. So I didn't get the opportunity to learn any other language because of this geographical location that I found myself. I would have preferred to learn other languages, especially Ga. I wish I could speak Ga or speak Ewe or speak Nzima, but unfortunately I didn't get that. So then I had to hold on to the Akan that I thought I knew. and then be a crusader of the Akan language, so that people will know that if you can also study Akan, it's not a case that because you are not intellectually bad, that's why you have chosen to study Akan. So that has been my crusader. And I can tell you, I've enjoyed studying, researching, and teaching in Akan, and broadcasting in Akan. And I've never regretted, and I will never, ever regret being an Akan scholar.
Okay. Why is it important to learn, you know, or be literate in the local language side by side the English language or any other language?
So what happens is that if you are multilingual or bilingual, bilingual is knowing two languages, multilingual, that's more than two, right? And especially if you are a linguist, it helps, because you might have the theory, and for the theory you have to support it with examples. Sometimes the theory that you're learning, you can't find examples in your own language, but you realize that, oh, there are examples in another language outside yours. Then you pick it and you work on. So knowing many languages is very profitable.
Okay. In 2019, and I stand to be corrected, you advocated for the learning of local languages in our schools, more of it. Is there any particular reason for this?
Because if somebody calls himself a scholar, and you know all the theories and everything, and you don't know your own language. Again, people should remember that language and culture are strictly interwoven. So learning the language, you also learn the culture. And culture also comes with identity. So if you are a CEO, you know only English. You don't know your language, which is Nzema. Neither do you know the Nzema culture. Then you visit Nzema land. You'll be like an alien. So you've lost your identity totally. That's why it is ideal for everybody to at least know his or her own language or some of the Ghanaian languages. As for the English, you go to school, you learn. That's what I do. I tell my children, if you go to school, it's the duty of the teachers to teach you English. If they give you homework in English, I'm ready to teach you. But not when you come home and I'm going to communicate with you in English. No. So can you go and bring the cap? There we go.
Okay.
And when you do that, you are inculcating some social and cultural identity in the children for them to feel that, yes, they are Akans because they can speak and understand the culture.
And 2 years on, I mean, since you called for this thing to be done, what do you think of
Unfortunately, I'm not a policy maker. I can only speak.
Yes, but I mean from observation.
But I can tell you, don't we do all the Ghanaian languages up to JHS? Yes, it's there. And some people continue with that up to SHS. And some people continue from SHS and they go and do degree. And here, one can opt in this department to branch into Ghanaian language section and do Akan, do Ewe, do Ga, do Dabani. But if you go to School of Languages at Jumakon, there are about 11 languages that somebody can pursue up to MPhil level. And I have even supervised one of my students, Dr. Nana Anima Biafiakente, who did her PhD. The whole thesis was written in Akan, from page 1 to the last page. Aren't we proud of her? Yes, we have to. So that is the issue, that even though we are studying them, we have to do more than this.
Okay.
And the attitude is the negative attitude towards the study of these languages that are driving some people away. People think that if you're going to secondary school and all that you can study is Ga, then let your father teach you at home. That's a wrong assumption. It's ignorance.
Okay.
Because don't people in Britain study English for BA, for MPhil, and for PhD? Don't we have professors of English who are native speakers of English? We have them.
Yeah.
So what is wrong for having a professor in Ghana, in Akan, in Nzema?
Okay.
People who are ready to develop their own language at all levels. They should rather be applauded instead of being ridiculed.
Okay. Now, I think about a month ago, the president proposed that French may become a compulsory language in the country. What do you make of that?
Those are politicians. And they didn't start from this president. I remember the former president, J.A. Kufuor, went for a meeting in one of the Francophone countries. And when you go there, everything is in French, and you are given an interpreter or a translator. And sometimes you realize that what was said in French is not actually what is being translated to you. I've also observed that. Sometimes I travel, I've been to Niger and some of the countries. You listen to the speaker in French, and the translator comes with something either too brief or too long. Is this exactly what was? So when he came back, he realized that it would be nice for French to be made as one of the courses. This is over 10 years now. It hasn't worked. Yes, it is nice if we have Franco countries all around us, and we can also learn French, so that when we travel beyond our boundaries, we can communicate very well. And given the chance, every child is a potential multilingual. Because a child can learn all the languages that are set to him or her. So it won't be a bad idea. But you see, anytime we make this and strictly we make it examinable, that's where the problem is. So people have to pass all this and miss others. Meanwhile, the Ghanaian language is not compulsory. It's only compulsory at SHS. It's not compulsory at free. No, it's compulsory at JHS, but not compulsory at SHS.
When you say a problem, it means that it could be made compulsory, but it shouldn't be made a
examinable.
Okay.
Because the moment it's examinable, then people will draw their attention by teaching it for the children to be able to pass the exam. But you can make a communicative approach. The idea is for the children to become people who have working knowledge of the French language, so that they can communicate, they can write a little, but not sending them into all the theories.
Okay. Now, beyond Ghana's boundaries, how profitable is the local language, like studying and majoring in a local language? When you go beyond Ghana, how does it help an individual?
See, we talk about lingua franca. Have you heard the term before?
Yeah.
Lingua franca, a common language for people. English has become the most popular lingua franca. That's why wherever you go and you speak English, it's good. You can communicate with people. French is also like that. Spanish has become like that. All the languages that we find in West Africa and in Africa and some in Asia, some of them don't go beyond the boundaries. And our local languages are like that. But let me also mention that in the US, United States of America, there are certain universities that are teaching Akan. I can mention about 9 of them. So they found it necessary to teach Akan over there. So one can do Akan here and find job there. There are also areas within defense and interior and foreign affairs where they need people like this. And even in the judiciary, because there are certain cases that will go to court, and the person, the criminal, so to speak, will say that he can't correspond in English. He will only speak Akan or Ewe. And then we may need some people to do the interpretation.
Okay.
So it's a job market for some of them. That's it.
Right. Now, you mentioned the perception, I mean the wrong perception about majoring in a language in the university or beyond. How can this be solved? How can this bridge or this gap be bridged?
It's an individual affair first and foremost. Then we also need a policy.
Okay.
When we started with SHS earlier on, I think Harry Sawyer, the Minister of Education, there were 2 courses at the senior high school which were compulsory in the Ghanaian languages. They had 2 papers there earlier on. And it was a core. The Ghanaian languages were core. So that whether you liked it or not, you have to do it. Just like English. Unfortunately, the results that came were not favorable to the elites.
Okay.
The elites had their children failing because you are airport residential. The person is doing Chi.
Yeah.
But the person is at East Legon doing Chi. As compared to somebody in Fidium, Fidium Goso doing Chi. So when the results came, it favored those in the rural areas.
Right.
They were in the policymakers. The policymakers then decided that this will go against us. So why not make the Ghanaian languages electives so that those who have the ability to write, they will do that. So that also slowed down the improvement of the Ghanaian languages. And some people who have been trained to teach Ghanaian languages because the schools needed people to be dealing with core Ghanaian language and elective. Some headmasters and headmistresses laid off these Ghanaian language teachers because they had reduced the number of hours for them. So policy-wise, if the government is ready to get people involved in the Ghanaian languages, we'll be moving forward.
Right.
But they have also forgotten that most of the elections that they win is because of the use of the local languages. Have you thought about that? They do all the campaigns in the local languages. They travel to the people, they want to speak the language the people can understand. Our current vice president, when he started, he couldn't speak Twi. Now he speaks impeccable Twi. Most of the songs that are composed for them during elections, they are normally in the local languages. So why can't they help us to develop them? Look at most of the adverts for businessmen and women. A lot of them are in the Ghanaian languages. Because that is the language most people in the country understand. So if you want to sell and sell well, do it in the language that people can understand. Check media. When we started here, University of Ghana, I introduced the newspaper review in Ghanaian language. We call it a FISM, somewhere in 1997. The maiden one was in April 1997. When news stations came, Peace FM, Adom, and all those came, and they realized the need to broadcast in Ghanaian language. Look at how they are moving up. So that's how we have to look at it. And note that the Ghanaian languages have a lot more to offer if we want to document and improve on its studies and teaching. That's what I think.
Prof, we are wrapping up the conversation, but
yes.
I want to ask about literary works.
Yes.
When you look at the system now and compared to 20, 30 years ago, do you think we are losing our literary people? People who write, people who poets, and people who are creative. Do you think we are losing them in today's system?
Yes, I would say. Because unlike those days where you had a lot of people into the art, literary arts, writing. And when they wrote, they had the market. Now, to publish 1,000 copies is a mirage. Too difficult to get the market. It's even worse when it comes to Ghanaian languages. Because Nkrumah decided to build the Bureau of Ghana Languages. Nkrumah built that to be able to motivate people to write in the various Ghanaian languages and to get them published. Go and look at the state of that national asset. So people are not motivated, and if you want private publishers to print your book for you or publish your book, it's costly. So all these are part of the things that are more or less dropping the rate of literacy in the Ghanaian languages.
Okay. And I mean, this conversation is in tune with September 8th, World Literacy Day. But beyond this, how can this conversation go on? How can we talk about and advocate for literacy, both for English and for local languages in Ghana?
I hope that we shouldn't wait for it to be an annual affair. Once a while, we should have a way of organizing seminars and workshops, going for funding wherever we get it, and organize this. The media should also help. There are too much and too many spots for politics. So if we can have just a slot of 5 to 10 minutes for literally conversation all over, that would be fine. And then in our schools, we should have those things. We have drama, and then we have poetry. We should have groups, associations formed within the school, where the students will have what we call patrons, people who teach literature to help. And then on TV, there should be programs like that. That can help. And the government should be ready to pump some money into those areas. Probably bring back the Ghana supply, the Ghana book supply, whereby we can send some of these books to the schools. And then in the schools, whether in the local areas, rural areas, or in the urban centers, do well to have school libraries, and then have time where the children will go there and sit and read and be supervised by some of their seniors or teachers.
Opinion?
Yes.
Thank you for this very insightful conversation.
Thank you for thanking me.
For your time. That's how we wrap up this edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest has been Professor Kofi Ejekum. We also know him popularly as Opinion Ejekum, and he's been telling us everything we need to know about literacy and the state of literacy in Ghana. Thank you for joining us. My name is Wandami Hagan, and I've been sitting in for your regular host, Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead, and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Zion Felix suffers back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked him was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked him was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
It's yet another Friday to serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. My colleague Mauli Aholumega had a conversation with a service technician who cleans the engine of cars, motorbikes and generators to get rid of the carbon buildups. Now, let's take a look at the full report.
As a result of your car's mileage, which would adversely impact on your car and the lifespan of your car's longevity, a company in Ghana has decided to come up with a decarbonization technology. And this will be done by the use of hydrogen inside the engine compartment of your car. On this week's edition of BizTech, I'll be speaking with the Chief Executive Officer of Carbon Cleaning Ghana, and they will take us through the entire process of how to use hydrogen to clean your car. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back from our break. Today my guest on this week's edition of BizTech is Kofi Annan. And Kofi Annan deals with carbon cleaning. I'm sure a lot of you don't know what that is, but Kofi will explain to us. Kofi, good morning and welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yourself?
All right, thank you. Yeah, so you're into carbon cleaning. First off, I personally don't know what that is. Can you explain what carbon cleaning is?
Carbon cleaning is basically, the basic concept about carbon cleaning is to get rid of the carbon buildup from internal combustion engines. Internal combustion engines being diesel, petrol, hybrid and gas engines. Okay. Yeah, these internal combustion engines have issues when it comes to carbon buildup, regardless of the type of fuel or the quality of fuel you use. Buildup is going to come up. Timely as you are using the car. After 10 to 20,000 mileage on the car, you get a carbon buildup. But for somebody to dismantle his engine or something, it's another challenge. Yeah. How to get rid of the carbon from the engines is another issue. Yeah. So that's the basic concept for our whole this carbon cleaning technology, which we use hydrogen. Okay. Yeah, hydrogen gas. So the machine actually produces hydrogen gas into the engines. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Quite interesting. So you've been doing this for how long?
Since 30th of July 2021. Yeah.
This year. So that's almost like about 2-3 months in the game so far. And how's it going for you?
So far so good. The only challenge is something new on the market. The first in Ghana with regards to the hydrogen technology. Yeah, it's the first in Ghana. So those that know about it, actually they just call directly and hey, can you come do it for me? I'm like, yeah, why not? So so far so good, trust me. Yeah.
So let's come to you. Did you personally study anything about using hydrogen and carbons before you ventured into a business like this?
Actually, I'm a seafarer myself. Okay. So yeah, I work on ships, the engine department. Okay. So I developed that interest from there. We do carbon cleaning also on board. We do regular maintenance and everything. And this is actually on the ship. Wow. This is actually a preventive maintenance service. Right. Yeah. So we enter engines. We do scavenge cleaning and all that. I actually hate that job.
Why do you hate that job?
Because it's it's tiring. Nobody, anyone that actually works on a ship, actually in the engine, hates this thing, scavenge space cleaning.
Is it because you have to be on the ship for a really long time?
No, not really. That particular job is it's tiring, and health and safety and all those things. Yeah. So we actually enter the engine and then take out the carbon manually. Yeah. Okay. So through that I developed so if you can do for big engines, big diesel engines, how about cars, smaller engines. I mean, when you dismantle an engine, it's going to bring a whole lot of issues. So that was where I developed. I'm like, okay, let me find out how we can do for cars. So that was where the idea actually came up in my head 2018, November. So December, January, I started, chasing up with this whole thing, yeah.
And how's it going so far? Do you like the engagement? Do you like the kind of clients you're receiving?
I like the engagement, especially with my clients. I mean, we have that vibe anytime you're doing a service. So we have that vibe. I mean, we talk, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So ordinarily, what type of clients do you have, and what kind of cars do you ordinarily clean?
Any type of car, not necessarily cars. I mean, diesel engines, petrol engines, motorcycles. We can do generators. We can do buses. I mean, any car, yeah. And then my clientele, I would say, from anyone, because I've had taxi drivers. I've done taxi. I've done one taxi. I've done VAs. I mean, all sort of cars. I've been, especially this car that we are doing. I've done almost 4 or 5 of these cars. I've done 2 diesel engines so far. Yesterday I did a BMW M3. It's a tuned car. That was my first tuned car that I did on, yeah.
All right. Okay. So I've been speaking with Kofi Annan, and he's the owner of the carbon cleaning company, and he'll be taking us through the process of how he gets to clean the car. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
I see you're holding some tool here. So specific, I see auto link. What is the auto link, and what does it do?
This is an OBD2 scanner.
Okay.
Because it's a standard procedure from our company to check every code on the car. I mean, just for clearance from both parties, both the client and our company. Yeah. So we check the codes on the car. I mean, the issues on the car first to know. Okay. We ascertain, these are the issues on the car. Okay.
So you do sort of a diagnosis before you even start the cleaning process. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what are you expecting to find on this gadget here?
This is virtually a new car, but guess what? There's no code on the. We didn't find any code. Codes are 0.
Okay. So when you don't find a code, what happens?
I just when I find if I don't find any codes, I just continue.
Just go ahead. And,
I just go ahead and.
Okay. So it gives you the all clear when you don't really find a code. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So from this process, where next will we go to?
So we would start preparing the air intake manifold and the batteries. For to start the entire process.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you take it away. Yeah. So Kofi is going to look at the air intake of the car, and then we'll take it up from there. I'm sure surely he will take us through the entire process of how the carbon cleaning process goes. And yeah, so we just wait for Kofi, and then Kofi will check the air intake, like he said. And then, so I see you're wearing your gloves, and also you're sort of in a safety condition as well. Yeah, but you're using hydrogen. I know it's a chemical and all of that. How do you protect yourself when you're cleaning?
Actually, this is a green technology. Okay. So we are not causing any environmental pollution or anything. The hydrogen gas actually burns, what do you call it? It's a solution. The hydrogen is in this compartment. Okay. Yeah. So when we start, it will burn, it will produce the hydrogen gas. Oh, okay. And then through the blue hose, you can see. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll just prepare.
So you connect, I understand this is also, you connect the machine to a battery. Yeah. Okay. So the battery is what powers everything.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when you're removing the compartment.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure obviously you've been doing this for, like you said, 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've had some challenges and all of that. What are some of those challenges that you've experienced so far?
So far, challenges I would say is my mobility.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just before you guys came in, I had a booking, and then at the last minute it was cancelled. So these are one of the challenges that I'm facing so far. Yeah.
So daily, on an average, how many cars are you able to clean?
On an average,
yeah,
we've gone as high as 10 in a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm sure obviously cost is important for everybody. How much will it cost? Does the cost compare the car, or it varies?
It depends on the engine capacity of the car. Okay. Like this car, for instance, this is a 2.0. This will be a 350 Ghana cedi. So our prices actually starts from 254. From cars, and then 150 Ghana cedis from motorcycles. Yeah.
So you also, not just cars, you do motorcycles as well.
Motorcycles, generators, everything. Yeah.
Okay.
So now we connect the negative first, which is the black hose, the black cable, and then we connect the red cable. That's the positive.
Okay.
So you can hear the fan of the machine.
Yeah, I can hear the machine. Yeah, moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
So this here.
So this is the carbon cleaning machine.
Yeah.
And where did you get this from first?
This is from France, Lille.
Okay.
Yeah, the technology is from France.
Okay.
Yes, it's solely made, it's patented in France and everything.
Okay.
And we are in with Ghana included, 76 countries.
Okay.
We are in Nigeria, Africa, Nigeria, South Africa. I think one of the two of the French countries. I think Malta, Mauritania also. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I see some machines. I'm sure we'll come into that. So now the machine is on. What next are we going to do now?
So now you can hear the fan booting, yeah?
Okay.
So this is the power button.
Okay.
This is the... So I'll just switch it on.
Turn it on, okay.
Yeah.
I see some numbers moving already.
Yeah.
So what's I see A.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is for the temperature of the engine.
Okay.
Yeah. And then this is the voltage of the battery and the amperage of the battery.
The
also.
amperage, okay.
Yeah. And this timer, this is the clock for the machine.
Okay.
0 to 120. So the timer actually is what doses out the gas.
The gas. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. That's the hydrogen gas.
Yeah, the hydrogen gas. Okay. Yeah. So this right here is this right here now is red because we've not yet started the process.
Oh, okay.
So when we start, it will be green.
Okay. So it takes some time to warm up first.
Not really.
Not really.
Just after the car has to be pre-warmed.
Oh, okay.
Already the car is pre-warmed. So I'll just start the engine and then we start the process.
All right. Okay. So you start the engine, and then we'll see. So when you start the engine, I'm sure we'll see some of the numbers move as well. Okay. All right. So Kofi is going to started the engine. We're expecting to see some numbers move, which means it sort of powers the carbon cleaning machine.
I will start the timer. Okay. So this is at 2.0. So 2.0 engine will be 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
So does this end when it's done?
Yeah, it's automatic. It will end
so
when
you set the timer?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I see the green button.
Yeah, so now it's running.
Okay. All right.
So
that's it. It's cleaning.
Yeah, it started the job. Now the hydrogen is going inside.
Okay. All right. So how do you know? Maybe I'm sure it's a machine. Obviously, we'll come at this on channel. How do you know maybe something goes wrong or something? What do you ordinarily do?
Actually, it's maintenance free for 5 years. If anything, I just report back to headquarters that okay, this is the issue we are having or something like that. And then the solution that we use is from them in France.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, but you see, sometimes a lot of people don't know that their engine is going bad or their engine is even dirty, and we import all kinds of oils for our engines and all that. Can you share with us some tips for people who may not even know that they are having a bad engine and then they would necessarily have to come and use this system? Because when people's engines go faulty, the next thing is they either want to buy a new engine or buy a new car.
Yeah.
But according to you, this process can sort of save your engine and revitalize it.
Yeah, exactly. So after 10 to 15,000 kilometers on your car, I mean, it's recommended you do carbon clean. And actually, the service actually is it's a preventive maintenance.
Okay.
Just like everyone does the regular maintenance or service that they do for their cars, the oil change, the coolant, the brake parts, the transmission oil change, and all those things. But this is also one of the vital, services you need to do. But I mean, the service is not now it's available. Before it was not readily available in the country, but now here we have it. So I would recommend at least if your car is above 20,000 or 15,000. I mean, you should try carbon cleaning. And then yeah, you would realize people say the feedback I get from before when they come, the problems they tell me is like, hey, my car is not pulling. Fuel consumption, fuel efficiency is one of the key things. And what this machine does, it cleans out 70% to 75% of carbon from your engine.
Okay.
And then increase your catalytic converter 30%.
Okay.
And then if it's a turbocharged engine, it also does its own cleaning. So it breaks it down in the combustion chamber into hydrocarbons and then through the exhaust. So what it does is it cleans your combustion chamber, your cylinder heads, your valves, your valve seat, your valves, your pistons, and then your plugs, your injectors and your plugs. Yeah, your exhaust gas regulator also has its fair share of the cleaning.
Okay. What are some good effects of the carbon cleaning process?
It will clean your as I was saying, your valves, your injectors, your spark plugs, your exhaust gas regulator, your throttle body, and then your catalytic converter. I mean, these are all expensive components on the engine that you need to actually protect and prevent, because if you don't prevent it at the early stages, you're going to spend a lot of money, doing all these changes and stuff. Yeah. And then, you'll be driving fine. Your car looks beautiful and everything. Inside is clean, outside is clean. But, what about the engine?
Yeah.
You're not feeling good when you're driving. Yeah, these are the issues with carbon. Like, we are here to actually solve problems. Yeah, when it comes to the carbon buildup, because fuel prices here is another thing. So if this is saving you 10 to 15% on fuel, it's good. Because I actually used it on one car that I was using, and then trust me, and the feedback from our clients. If you check on our website, we have good feedbacks from our clients. Yeah, and the reviews are Okay.
So in terms of a car like this, I'm sure the air conditioning is working. Does the hydrogen machine in any way help improve the air, which is the air condition of the car?
That
one just focuses on the engine.
Yeah, this one only focuses on the engine.
Okay.
Yeah, the combustion side.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what about, there are some people who like water, others like using coolants for their engine. As an engine expert, what do you suggest people should use to go to often?
Yes, economically, people would like to use water. And those that want, some cars you cannot actually use water for it. It's only strictly coolant. Yeah, so it's preference, but it's best you follow the manufacturer's guidelines or procedures. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I see the machine is still moving. How many more minutes do we have for this to end?
Now each one is 10, yeah?
Okay.
So now it's on 40. So I'll be stepping on the accelerator.
Okay.
I'll just rev it up.
Okay.
Because now it's doing the clean. So it actually needs heat to work.
Okay.
So hydrogen is also a source of fuel. So small amount of hydrogen and then heat does the
magic as
yeah.
well. Okay. So all right. So you take it away. Go and step on the engine, and then we'll see. I just want to see if. So when you step on the engine, is it going to move?
What it does is some vehicles. You see the exhaust wetting. The diesel engines that I've done, the first rev, you see the smoke, the dark smoke coming out, and then it starts with the gray or whitish, and some vehicles, it depends on each vehicle. Some after some time you don't actually see any smoke coming out.
All
yeah.
right, good.
So I'll just step on it a little. So I'll just keep it between 3,000 to 4,000 RPM.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay, Kofi, so you've revved the engine now.
Yeah.
Now I see some tools. Can you just take us briefly through what these tools are? I see a lot of, I don't know, I know this is a small spanner. Okay.
Yeah. These are just regular tools I use for, it depends on some cars, the design and everything is different. So I just have to prepare myself in advance so that if I meet any car, then I know, okay, this is how I go about.
Okay, all right. So you have specific ones for specific cars?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So the thing is still green. When it's done, is it going to move to red?
Yeah, when it's done, it's going to go to red.
Okay. So just like the normal traffic lights.
Yeah.
Green means go.
Yeah.
Red means stop.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Kofi, I know you've been doing this for 2 months. How long do you want to be doing this?
As long as the last internal combustion engine leaves the country.
Okay. All right. So Kofi, I see you've opened the back compartment of the carbon cleaning machine. What do you want to show us?
So this is our tank, our hydrogen tank, and that's the bubbler. Okay. So from the tank, it flows to the bubbler. That's what does the magic, and then through the blue hose, and then back into the engine. Yeah. So this is just our little, secret or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's where all the magic happens.
Yeah.
So far, how many of these machines do you have personally?
Personally, we have one.
Okay.
The only one in the country now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're seeking to expand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For now, it's just you, right?
Yeah. For now, it's just me, and we are planning to go to Kumasi. We are having calls from Kumasi, so we are planning to go to Kumasi probably this month. Next week or something, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then Takrady Cape Coast are also calling, yeah. So people actually appreciate, and they've been actually looking for this service for a very long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally, I know you've been doing this for 2 months. What are your expectations moving forward? Do you want to expand this into a big business where companies will come to you and say maybe you have people that you've trained and all that?
Yeah, we are looking to train. We are looking for partnerships and B2B businesses with garages and other stuff. Yeah, it's like we have few in the pipeline that we are trying to develop in the future. Yeah.
Okay. So I see that the machine has moved to red. That means it's finished, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now that means the car is prepared.
Yeah.
You can use the car now.
Yeah. So now I've already switched off the engine. So I will take off the cables.
Okay.
The red first.
All right.
And then after the black.
Okay.
And then I take out the hose.
Okay.
The blue hose. So you see, no dismantling. We don't do any dismantling. It's just safe. It's just simple and fast and easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So and then after, we just put everything back.
Okay.
That's it. Finished.
That's all.
That's all.
Simple. In just about 45 minutes, you're done with this.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So now the car can drive on the freeway to open up the engine, and then that's it. Smoother engine, quiet, acceleration, improved acceleration, fuel efficiency. The vehicle owner would actually feel his car back to life again.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Kofi. So I've been speaking with Kofi Annan, and he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Carbon Cleaning Ghana Company Limited. And he's been taking us through the decarbonization process of how to clean your car by the use of hydrogen. This has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that eye-opening report. Up next is Tech Bits with Winston Amwabing.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winston Amwabing, and today on Tech Bits, I'll be bringing another educational tool your way. Let me introduce you to Duolingo. It's an online tool that helps you learn new languages like German, French, Spanish, and Japanese, among others, in a fun and interactive way. It comes equipped with activities to help make learning a new language easy and interesting. Designed by experts, Duolingo prepares you to have real conversations in the language of your choice. It's available for free on your PC or smartphone. Today, I'll show you how you can use it on your smartphone.
Okay, so if you have an Android phone, what happens is that you go to the Play Store, and if you have an iOS device, you go to the App Store. Since I'm using an Android phone now, click on the Play Store. And when Play Store launches, in the search box, you type Duolingo. And you can see it says Duolingo, learn languages free. So you click on that. And then since I already have the app installed, I don't need to install it again. But then you install it if you don't have it installed already. So since I already have it installed, I click on open. And then we wait for the app to launch. So once it launches, you can see the app screen, Duolingo. You can see over 500 million learners and practice speaking listening and reading. So if you already have an account, you can click I already have an account, but since we are now starting to learn it and I don't have an account, I'm going to click on get started. So then on the next screen, you choose the language you want to learn. So I'm going to go with Japanese. So then we'll wait a bit whilst it loads the Japanese course. So then it asks you for a review about where you heard about the app from. So just to skip this, I'm going to click other. Then it asks you why you want to learn the language. So let me say for travel. So we can see here it talks about the course overview. You learn the basics of listening, speaking, reading, writing, and grammar in Japanese. This course overview is to help you in the best way possible for you to learn a language for when you are traveling. If you chose any other category, like maybe school or let's say business, it would have taught you different ways to learn the language. But this particular course is tailored towards you because you chose traveling. So let me click on continue. And then you pick a goal. If you're a casual learner, that's about 5 minutes a day. If you're a regular learner, that's about 10 minutes a day. And if you're an insane learner, it says that's when it gives you a course for 20 minutes a day. So you're going to go with a regular learner. So then you have to choose a path. If it's the first time you're learning Japanese or you already know some Japanese, so I'm going to click first time. So then it loads the course for you. And then the course starts. You can see some word here and it mentions the word so you can repeat the word and helps you to also identify the characters of the word. So over here it said something like Niku. So then I'm going to hit Niku and then we check and we have it right. So then you keep going through the course and the different words that you have. You click continue and it brings another one. So after you've gone through the whole course, you can then register for the app and create an account so that you can have milestones you can follow. You have daily streaks that you can follow to help you, to keep you on the app, to help you stay focused, and you can also share with your friends. So you can continue learning with your friends and to make it more interactive.
Okay, that's all for today, and I'll come your way again next week with more internet tools. Stay safe, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Weston Amwabin, for that. Up next is Biz Headlines. First story, the Registrar General's Department has announced it will, by the end of September 2021, complete the validation of companies in line with the directive for dormant companies to file their returns. This comes after the department had earlier notified dormant companies to file their returns or risk being delisted from the company's register. Companies that could not file their annual returns before June 30th deadline for any reason were urged to take advantage and comply during the validation period, which commenced on 1st July 2021. These dormant companies were Public-Private Companies Limited by Shares, Private-Public Companies Limited by Guarantee, associations, fan clubs, churches, private unlimited companies, and external companies. Companies are required by the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, to update their records and file their financials with the Registrar General's 18 months after incorporation and at every financial year, whether the company was in business or not in operation. The Registrar General's Department further said companies which are due for a strike-off and still in default of filing their returns after the end of September 2021 would be published in the national newspapers and the department's website. The Finance Ministry has said 2 international credit ratings agencies, Moody's Investor Services and Standard & Poor's, has affirmed Ghana's credit rating at B3 and B negative, respectively. A statement issued by the ministry on September 14, 2021 said the 2 agencies have also maintained Ghana's economic outlook. In making their decision, the credit rating agencies considered Ghana's improving growth prospects, resilient external sector performance, and continued access to the capital market, domestic and international, as essential factors in maintaining the rating and outlook. Notably, the two rating agencies recognize the efforts of government to build back better through the innovative Ghana Cares Obantampa program. The statement added, Ghana's economy for the second quarter of 2021 is estimated to have increased by 3.9% according to the Ghana Statistical Service. The figures released by the service showed that the country's gross domestic product, when seasonally adjusted, witnessed a 0.9% increase for the period between April and June 2021. Government statistician Professor Kwabena Enim explained that the growth in the economy for the period was largely influenced by a strong indicator in the services and agriculture sectors. Ghana's provisional real gross domestic product in volume terms was estimated to have increased by 3.9% in quarter 2, i.e. April and June to 2021 compared to the same period in 2020. The country lead economist for the World Bank, Aurelian Cruz, has said Ghana has been chosen as a benchmark to assess the effectiveness of new grants for developing countries. According to Cruz, Ghana's selection forms part of an analysis and pilot program carried out to measure the significance of the Bretton Woods institution's support given to developing countries towards combating the coronavirus pandemic. Addressing participants at the opening ceremony of the Presidential Business Summit on Tuesday, Aurelian Cruz said, "We are embarking on a new analytical cast for which Ghana has been selected as the pilot. The report is titled Country Climate Development Report. This analysis is important because the health crisis has also presented an opportunity to build back better economies." President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has announced government approval of the selection of Rockshore International as strategic partner for the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation towards the development of the $6 billion Nyinahin in Pasaso mine. Addressing attendees of the launch, the Integrated Aluminium Industry Projects and signing ceremony of two projects at the Africa Trade House on Tuesday, March 14, President Akufo-Addo said the choice of the wholly Ghanaian-owned company is indeed a major step towards building capacity in Ghana for the bauxite industry through a partnership that will ensure that the country develops a Ghanaian solution that will propel her rapid growth. He said, "I am happy to announce that the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation has completed the selection of strategic partner for Project 2, which is the development of the mine Nyinahin in Pasaso as with a refinery. It is a significant development and one that brings us closer to realizing our plan. Rockshore International, a wholly owned Ghanaian company, is that strategic partner." President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo said. That's all for today. Keep watching GhanaWeb TV for more. But before you go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sawa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit,